you guys remember, a couple months ago, made an appearance on the stream and made a big impact in the game when he won a $5,000 or $6,000 pot when he had about 4% equity all in. So that was a pretty memorable hand, and he, I think, was the big winner on that stream, winning about $6,000 or $7,000. So he's back, seeing if he can run it back up, and he's got some tough competition against him today.
There's Lateralis coming in. See what seat he ends up in. And then I think the last player is Papa P, maybe?
Yeah, that's right. Papa P, a regular as well. Very action player. Loves the streams. We love him playing on the streams too. And, he always gets in there with some aggressive style, and that's kind of his trademark. And I'm going to go ahead and make a very early prediction, Mixon. I think tonight we're going to see some big pots. I'm going to predict that we're going to see a 4K pot, a 5K pot, and I think we're going to see one 6K plus pot tonight. I don't know if you have a way too early prediction for the stream that you want to make.
Yeah, I would say 5K pot for sure. I'd love to see at least a 5K pot, maybe 2, 3, 5K pots. If we saw a 6 or 7K pot, I would be super pumped.
Well, you know that Professor and Iowa Matt are itching to get it all in against each other. These players have history that dates back way before this stream. They've been playing poker against each other for years. So I think them being at the table together, there's going to be a dynamic that is going to increase the sizes of the pots. And I know you've been commentating a lot, so you've seen Lateralis and his interaction with the Professor and some of these other players. We've seen some big pots with him and Sam.
Yeah,
especially.
Sam loves to play big pots versus Stein, especially. So Sam going to be on Stein's left tonight. We might see some action between those two as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I expect to see Sam VPIP at least 80% of hands.
Yeah, Sam, a stream regular and just a fun guy to play with in general. Doesn't take the game too seriously, and he wins. He's been winning on a lot recently. He's been on a pretty good little streak. So we'll see if he can keep that up tonight. Like you said, he seems to always be involved in the biggest pots of the night. So expect him to be in there and fight for pretty much every dollar he puts in the pot.
Yep, exactly. And Hiker Till Heaven in chat, bold prediction about Flat White for this game, that he will not get a haircut during the stream. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid prediction. I don't foresee that one either.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Is how long has it been since Flat White has had a haircut? That's a good. We could put an over/under on that and try to make a prediction. Glad to see Professor back this week. We're hoping that he stays in the game and continues to play against his buddy Iowa Matt. And I know he has been. He's really happy today because he came in second place yesterday at a tournament that he played. I think he won something over about $10,000. So congrats to him on that second place finish.
Yeah, not a bad result, although I felt like we may have mushed him a little bit last night. He had got to heads up with like a 9-1 chip lead.
He was telling me a little bit about that. It's always unfortunate when you get second and you feel like you should get first.
And we kind of needled him like, you better not lose this and storm off the stream tomorrow. And then he lost. So I don't know.
That's something to keep an eye on. Is
we may see him do that.
How does Professor handle adversity?
Started off with a nit game immediately, hand one. Here we go.
Well, you guys have probably seen the nit game on other streams. It's basically a stand-up game, but instead of standing up physically, you just get a nit button in front of you. In order to get rid of your button, you have to show your hand. And right off the bat, Sam is picking up a big hand.
And it's just not fair when a player like him is picking up a big hand number one.
Yeah, Sam liable to go at it with just about any two cards early in the nit game. Very valuable to get rid of your nit button early in the game. We see a lot of folds. And now we're around to Leeortz in the small blind.
He's going to ship it.
He's
with
got
7 deuce. $1,000. We're gonna see a $2,000 pot very first
Now-
hand of the stream.
If you're wondering why Leo is shipping it here because the 7-deuce game is on, he's going to get paid an extra $25, and Sam is never folding this
Here
hand.
we go.
First hand of the
7
stream.
deuce of clubs, $2,000 pot, hand number 1.
And, you know, what's good for the stream, what's good for the game is if 7-deuce wins here.
Yes, we want to see the 7 deuce win. One time, they say.
They're going to go once. That is going to be a good flop for ace high.
One club out there.
Leo with about 25% equity. Turn is another king.
Leo needs a 7 or a deuce. Does not come, so Sam going to double up hand number 1.
So right off the bat, we've got a $2,000 pot. So we're on track to play some big hands this
If this pace keeps up, we might see a $20,000 pot by the end of this stream, Garrett.
Yeah, this is a large pace to sustain for sure. Leo really going for it there with a 7-deuce. Can't fault him for his play. It did look like he had the full 1,000, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
looks
he
like
was
had a full
in
1,000.
for 1,000. So
he stood to not only get rid of his nit button, which was going to get rid of about a $120 penalty for him, but he also was going to win $200. So almost $300 dead money in there in the middle. If he can get Sam to fold any percentage of the time, that's a pretty good play. Tough to run into what is
very top of range
Absolutely.
for Sam there though.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we got Stein in the straddle here for $10. One thing we love on this stream is we do a $1, $3, $10 mandatory straddle. Get a lot of $20 and $40 straddles as well. And it looks like
Sam has put on the $20 straddle right now, right off the bat. So we're playing big. 1, 3, 10, 20.
Yeah, an interesting dynamic when you straddle in the nit game. Puts a lot of pressure on your opponents. Makes those stack sizes shorter, and we get a lot more all-ins when that kind of stuff happens.
So Leeortz limping in with pocket threes. Looks like the graphic is incorrect because it's supposed to be Leeortz and not Professor.
We're going to get that sorted out here in a second. It looks like there was a raise from Iowa Matt and a 3-bet next to Act.
Yeah, Iowa Matt made it 125. Stein has made it 300. Iowa Matt with Queen 10 off.
And I imagine that Leo went ahead and folded his pocket threes, and now Iowa Matt is going to make the call. Stein is in a pretty good position here. Let's see a flop.
10 in the window. Iowa Matt flopping top pair. Decent kicker.
And this board is just going to be a better board for his range in general. Don't expect him to be folding here. He could even raise.
Looks like he has raised all in, I believe. No.
Looks like he just made the
Nope,
call.
just made the call.
And he can have a lot of strong hands on this board. Stein needs to proceed cautiously, especially with the nit game.
Queen would be just diabolical right here. Can we find a queen, Selena? Yeah, he did say all in. That's.
Okay.
I thought that might have been the case. So.
And that makes a lot of sense. You know, he wants to get the best. If he has the best hand, he wants to put the money in here. The board is going to potentially change a lot. A lot of overcards could come. Ace, king, jack. So he wants to avoid those cards, and he's just going to take it down here and get rid of his nit button.
Yeah, nicely done by Iowa Matt, taking that pot down.
And a little bit of frustration from Stein. That's a frustrating situation when you are dominating your opponent pre-flop, and then it's with the good old-fashioned domination rotation.
Absolutely. They hit that bottom card, and
yep, they take a huge equity advantage against you. So Stein gets away from it. You know, ace-queen, a really big hand in the nit game. Frustrating not to get rid of your nit button, but a lot of action players at the table, a lot of opportunity to get the money back.
Stein immediately adding on another 500, by the way. So he's going to stay topped up, wants to play the largest pots that he can against these players.
Yeah, and some players have some different strategies when it comes to the nit game, and I've got a lot of respect for Stein. His strategy is generally to have the biggest stack possible so that he can play those big pots, and I think that's where he sees his edge is in playing big pots. Stein playing one of the biggest pots the other week against Sam. I think that was about a $7,000 pot that we saw on stream. So
Yeah, I think it may actually be the biggest pot that we've had on the stream.
yeah, so Stein definitely he's used to playing some big pots. We have an interesting hand developing here. Lateralis raising it up to $35, trying to get out of the Nick game, and we see the professor kind of sensing some weakness, jumping on that with a 3-bet from the hijack with pocket sevens. Not usually a hand that you would 3-bet, but the Nit dynamic definitely makes this pretty good, I think.
Lateralis going to jam with the queen 4 off right here, and Professor making the call pretty quickly with the sevens.
Yeah, one thing I've learned, from playing with the professor is that he does like to push his equity with those lower pocket pairs, those middling pocket pairs. Lateralis obviously just not believing him when he 3-bets to 100 here, and we're getting it all in.
Picks up a couple of outs by way of a 3, although we did see 2 3s folded from Sam's hand while he was away from the table. Seven's still in the lead, though.
Yeah, we're looking for a 3 or a queen, and it's not going to come. So Professor is going to stack Lateralis here, and he's going to get rid of his nib button.
Lateralis is going to add on for another 400, I imagine. It's
Yeah.
kind of his signature move here.
Yeah, and right there you're seeing just 2 different strategies. We'll see exactly what Lateralis adds on for, but I imagine you're right. He's going to add on for closer to the minimum. It's going to allow him to make some moves pre-flop that he might not be able to otherwise do if he was really deep. Doesn't make a lot of sense to go all in certain spots if you're...
Like with queen 4, you're probably not getting it all in with $1,000 in front of you, right?
That's fair. Probably not going to play the hand the same way. So he's going to add on for a little bit less and a little bit different strategy than Stein, but both are good strategies. And you can see the players will play their hands a little bit differently based on the fact that how deep they are.
So Sam, Iowa Matt, and Professor, the first 3 to get rid of their knit buttons. Everybody else still has a red knit button in front of them.
Yeah, and remember, Leo tried his best to get rid of his knit button that first hand, so...
Stein tried to get rid of his.
That's right.
Lateralis tried to get rid of his, and thanks to the knit game and people trying to get rid of those buttons, we've seen 2 all-ins in 3 hands.
Yeah, that's right. We're only 4 hands in, and a lot of money is moving around the table. This game every week never fails to bring a lot of action. So, if you guys are new to the stream, definitely make sure to like and subscribe and, check out future streams. Every Wednesday and Sunday, we run some streams. We got a big hand developing
Wednesdays
here.
and Sundays we run the streams, and Papa P waking up with Ace King, gonna rip it for $500 flat white with pocket 8s.
Yeah,
Just under $500 in his stack. What is he going to do? Is he going to make the call here?
he's the original opener here, and let's see his stack size. It does look like
He does make the call.
he has maybe 1,000 total. So he's going to go ahead and go all in and push out Iowa Matt, who had made the call prior to that. And he's going to be heads up against Papa P here, and they're going to basically flip for $1,000.
Yeah, flat white had a little bit more in his stack than the graphic is showing. He's closer to 1,000 rather than 500. So flat white does have Papa P covered, but it's an ace on the flop. Flat white now needs some help.
Yeah, and he's going to be looking for 1 out, as we can see up there, the 8 of hearts. And it's not going to come on the river. And Papa P is going to win this hand, and I think he already had gotten rid of his nib button.
No, he's getting rid of it now,
That's
though.
right. So he's getting out of the nit game as well. And, yeah, when you've got a hand as strong as Ace-King, putting all the money in pre-flop is a pretty good play. So we're going to come down to the last couple players in the nit game. And, generally we start out the nit game at $120 as the penalty. So I imagine that's what the players are doing today. As the game goes on, every time the players play the nit game, that penalty is going to go up $20. So as the stacks get a little bit deeper, the penalty is going to hurt a little bit more. And the way we do it here on Red Star is we do a splash pot after the nit game is over. So if you lose the nit game, you still have an opportunity to win your money back, and you're going to see the players hopefully show their hands in that splash pot to win that money.
Yeah, what do you think about the splash pot? I like the splash pot, but what I'm getting at is the fact that you can still fight for your own money in the splash pot. Do you think you should be allowed to play in the splash pot?
I like it. Yes, I like it a lot because you see players go after their own money quite a bit, and that's an interesting dynamic. And hey, that's good for the game when the player is psychologically attached to getting that nit tax back. So we got Leeortz here. He still has his nit button. He's going to limp in from early position with the 7-6 of clubs, and Stein is going to bump it up with ace-7 off on the dealer button. And Daniel Lateralis here is thinking about what he wants to do. He's going to make the call, it looks like. And Leo's going to be in there as well.
Three-way pot. Each player has a 7.
That's right. Pretty unlikely to see a 7 on the flop. In fact, we see an ace-high flop. It's going to be pretty good for Stein's actual hand and also for his range. And it's going to be pretty hard for his opponents to continue here.
Yeah,
So
neither Lateralis nor Leeortz really have anything to continue with if they face a bet from Stein, which they will.
Yeah.
$100 is the asking amount.
And I definitely like betting big, especially in the nit game. You know, this is just a spot where your opponents don't have anything that can call you. But definitely if, you know, Leo or Lateralis had a 10, they'd be calling in this spot. They'd be calling with worse aces and sometimes some straight draws that might be on that board. So, but otherwise, a good hand for Stein to raise it up there and take it down and get out of the nit game. No one's going to be calling him a nit this stream. I want to shout out Stein because last stream he V-pipped 25%. Makes sense.
Dude, that is insane
and
for him.
He wasn't the lowest V-pip, and so that was pretty good.
Anytime we can keep him off the bottom of the V-pip board, that's
Yeah.
a good day for him.
You know, and he really went with it at 7 deuce. You might remember that hand that he played against
do.
Paul last time.
I do.
On an ace-high board, ace deuce 5. He 3-bet the flop and jammed it all in with 7 deuce, which is a pretty fun play from him. So we'll see how he continues to play this week. We got Iowa Matt raising it up here pretty big to 105 with 7-8 of hearts. Leo was the original raiser with 10-6 of hearts, and Iowa Matt actually came in for a 3-bet. Looks like everybody else is pretty much getting out of the way. Lateralis is thinking about it. This is an interesting play. Not something I would expect him to do, cold calling here with the 4-3 of diamonds. But he knows that Iowa Matt is going to be getting at it with a lot of hands. So I think he's going to try to play post-flop.
Queen Jack 8 rainbow, 1 diamond out there, but Iowa Matt, the only player with a pair so far.
Yeah, and the equity is heavily in Iowa Matt's favor, but it's a tough board for him to value bet. Well, that's going to change instantly when he makes 3 of a kind on the turn, and we'll see if Daniel wants to take an opportunity to bluff here. He's going to go ahead and check it over as well. And Iowa Matt's going to put in a substantial bet, and if you know your Lateralis here, you can't really make a play with 4-3 of diamonds. Yeah, would have rather seen him maybe try to get it all in pre-flop or, yeah, fold. But that's the nit dynamic. Lateralis, one of those players that really doesn't want to lose the nit game.
No, absolutely not. Leeortz a bit quiet after hand number 1 now.
Yeah, this nit game, you know, already has really moved some chips around the table, and you're kind of seeing some of the player strategies come out, and you know, a lot of loose play. You know, you go and sit down at a 1-2, a 1-3 table, you might see people VPIP 15-20%, but here on Red Star, you know, we're seeing much higher VPIPs than that.
And just as I said, Leeortz was a little quiet since hand number 1. Picks up pocket queens on hand number 7.
Yeah, and this is a great spot for Leo. He has a nit button. He kind of looks a little steamed up. He's had a tough run the first couple hands, and if any of his opponents pick up anything, he's going to get paid. But this is a tough part of playing poker, is that sometimes you have a strong hand and your opponents have nothing, and picking up the blinds is a good win for Leo there, but obviously he's hoping someone's got
A bit
sixes,
disappointing.
10s, something
yeah.
I can call him.
A bit disappointing when you make a hand as strong as queens and can't find any more money to get into the pot with you.
Yeah, especially in the nit game when you can think that people will be be calling you down pretty light. So let's see. We got about 15 people watching us right now. Appreciate you guys. If you haven't watched us before, definitely make sure to subscribe and check out the channel. Streaming on Wednesdays and Sundays. My name is Garrett. I'm one of the players in the game sometimes. Cameron is our regular commentator, and we appreciate you guys being here and interacting with us in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're a fan of. I know we got a lot of flat white fans in the chat. That seems to be the majority of our chat goers every week.
Yeah, Flat White has fans all over the country. And they all tune in to watch him.
Oh, this is great. I got Hiker telling me that he wrote a verse for my Flat White the Whale song. And, you know, Flat White, he's been recently calling himself Flat Whale. Kind of as a joke, but, you know, he had a pretty rough stream last time, so he's kind of making a little fun at himself. But I'm interested in hearing that verse that you have, Hiker. It sounds pretty funny. And so Queens is moving its way around the table. We've got Aardvark picking up Queens in the small blind, raging up to 175. Sam limped in here with the ace-9 of diamonds. And, you know, the way Sam plays, I don't think he's going to fold, but, you know, right as I say that,
did.
he makes
Lays it down.
He makes a fold that usually I would see him make a call there, but, and sorry, this is Eric, right?
Yes.
And
It's going by Aardvark.
Going by Aardvark today.
I believe he did last time as well, but he's also wearing the same shirt that he wore on the last stream, so maybe it's the only shirt he owns. I'm not sure.
Well, you are our resident Red Star social historian, Nixon, so.
Yes, this could be the man's only shirt.
We are down to 2 players in the Nick game, Flat White and Lateralis. You know, Flat White, Flat Whale, as he might fancy himself. He is not, this is not a situation that he's not used to. He's been in this situation before.
He's in the straddle right now, so I suspect that we'll see Lateralis come in with a raise here.
Yeah, Lateralis going to be playing a lot of hands all in here. Pretty much any pair, I would imagine. This one may be close enough to do.
Yep, there it is. Lateralis all in.
He's going to go with it, and he's going to hope that Sam is either not going to call him or is going to have a hand that he's got at least 30, 40% equity against. As we can see, this is a bad spot for him. There's going to be a lot of chops, though.
We'll see a lot of chops. However, he can get Sam to fold by going all in, potentially.
I think if he had more than 300, Sam would fold, but I don't think Sam's going to be folding.
Not enough.
And, you know, they're both going to not hate what they see. And they're probably going to realize after a little bit that they're going to chop it up the majority of the time. Sam having a little bit more equity with the clubs here.
It's going to be tough for Lateralis to lose his nip button here unless he finds a few threes. There's the three.
We have an action board.
Sam looking for clubs or a 4. Can Lateralis hold and lose his nip button here?
12 outs for Sam. And he does find the club. Lateralis stuck in the Nick game. And, man, I can tell you, I know how that feels, Mixon. When you are one of the last 2 in the Nick game and you're in a spot where you think you're going to get out and, you know, of course, the deck runs out in a way where you get stuck. So Lateralis, I'm sure, going to add back on. Interested to see if he
looked like he just grabbed a barrel of green this time. So
so he may be adding on for 400 or 500 here. Yeah, and, you know, the hand, obviously, they get it all in and kind of plays itself from there. But Sam continues to build big stacks early on in stream. And like I told you, Mixon, I think we're going to have 3 and 4 and 5K pot coming up here pretty soon. We got Stein under the gun. And we continue with this Nick game. And we'll see. Whenever 2 players get in the Nick game like this, a lot of times they have to almost make a hand. It's very difficult for them to bluff.
Lateralis now, yeah, he did go with the 500 rebuy this time.
Yeah, and I like that for him. There's definitely deeper stacks. He can still make a lot of plays pre-flop. He's going to raise to 40 here instead of going all in, which is interesting. And, you know, Aardvark is going to kind of maybe sense some weakness, or he's going to know that, Lateralis is raising a lot of hands
And
here.
we've got an action hand building right now. Aardvark putting in the 3-bet to 150. Iowa Matt just making the call. Back to Lateralis. What do? You rip it here, right?
Yeah, and I actually really like this call from Iowa Matt because he knows that Lateralis is going to go with a lot of hands. Some hands that he's flipping with, but it's going to make his hand seem not as strong. And then I imagine he's going to come all over the top here. That's why he would do this, is because now he can move all in against Aardvark on the side.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll call and see a safe flop. But since he kind of under-repped his hand by just calling that 3-bet, I could also see him just 5-bet ripping it all in.
He's gone 5-bet rip for 1,000 Aardvark.
And now if you're Aardvark, you have to call, but you're not feeling great about it. You put in half of the effective stack here. There's no folding if you're Aardvark. At best, you're flipping. You know it. But the money's going in, and, Lateralis is going to see that he's in a decent spot here, and Iowa Matt making a play that I think is really good. And
Yeah, I think he played that hand very well. Just making the call of the 150, that 3-bet from Aardvark, allowing Lateralis to rejam if he did happen to have a hand, which he did.
Absolutely.
And even if he didn't, Iowa Matt's thinking Lateralis is probably going to put this in regardless of what hand he has.
If Lateralis has any pair above 6s there, I would expect him to put it in, and even with some pseudo connectors. So I think that's a pretty good play. We see a queen 9 flop, and instantly Aardvark hits a full house. Iowa Matt drawing to 2 outs. And now we got Lateralis is drawing dead on this turn. And the river is another
Quad
9.
9s for Aardvark, winning a $2,500 pot, biggest of the night so far.
Yeah, and that's a big welcome back to the stream moment. And hey, I think the hand plays itself in a lot of ways. Aardvark there making a pretty good 3-bet with pocket 9s against what he rightly assumes is a pretty wide range from Lateralis. And yeah, 9s versus jacks versus ace-king, and the result goes his way. That's a huge pot, and I'm sure he's pretty happy to play that. And if you're Lateralis, that's a really tough run out. You're stuck in the Nick game. And now more than ever, you really need to pick up a hand and make a hand to get out. So Hiker from Heaven putting his verse in the chat, and I imagine it goes something like this: Flat White the Whale, splashier than a swimmer from Yale. All you have to do is call, and his chips until they fall, then he'll reload without fail. That's a pretty good verse, Hiker. Appreciate you interacting with us and throwing that out in the chat. And, Flat White loves hearing all the noise from the chat. I know he, interacts with his fans back from where he's from North Carolina. So appreciate you guys being in the chat. Sam's got the $20 straddle on, and we'll see what is Lateralis going to do. He's going to go ahead and limp in, or actually he's going to raise this one up to 50 with King 7 of hearts. Trying to get out of that Nick game, and imagine he's going to have to try to make the best hand here. Aardvark behind him with King Jack offsuit, making the call. It's a pretty reasonable play. He's probably going to try to catch some bluffs in this Nick game.
Flat White, though, has already put his cards in the muck. He had 8-3, so perhaps a chance for Lateralis again.
And Sam is 3-betting here to 260, 270.
Yeah, 270 all in for Lateralis now for 500. Back to Sam, going to be a call.
Yeah, there's no fold equity here, but you are up against Sam, who can be doing this with more than, or weaker than a hand that's just ace-jack, and you do find out that you have 2 live cards, 40% equity. Not a bad spot for Lateralis, considering there is some dead money in there for the Nick game. So he's hoping to bink a king or a 7 or some hearts, and the players are going one time. And there's some hearts in the window, and it's all
he flopped
hearts.
the flush. Sam is dead. Lateralis sneaking his way out of this Nick game and going to win a
Unbelievable.
$1,000 pot.
Wow. And, Lateralis really going for it before playing that hand with King 7 there. So getting a little bit of the run good back or the run bad back and making a flush there on the flop. His opponent drawing dead, which is not a situation that happens a lot in Texas Hold'em. So
Yeah, Lateralis winning a $1,000 pot there, still down $800. Flat white paying the nit tax. We see the $120 come out of his stack, 20 of that going to the dealer, Selena, and then the 4 green chips you see in the middle of the table will be a splash pot for $100. All these players are about to fight over. Let's go.
yeah, Lateralis, the big winner on the last stream. He is definitely a tough player to play against when he has got a big stack. So winning that pot is really big for him. Now he can play some big pots against other players, and you can see, Aardvark has got a pretty big stack. Professor's got a lot of chips. All of these players willing to put a lot of money on the table and play some big pots. And yeah, let's see who goes after it in this splash pot situation. Remember, there's $100 dead in the middle, and a lot of incentive to raise and get people out of the pot. Aardvark going after it with the 7 deuce. Not only is there the $100 in the pot, but he's trying to get $200 from the table, and everybody is folding. Iowa Matt.
Not Iowa Matt. Iowa Matt will not be folding pocket eights. He may be all in, and he is.
And now this is actually going to be a tough decision for Aardvark.
Not anymore. Sam going to be all in.
Sam also waking up with a monster in the splash pot. He is going to go all in as well, like you said. That's definitely a good read of the situation. And now if you're Aardvark, you have to give it up.
Unless you're psycho.
You just can't.
No, he does. He does lay it down.
You just generally can't expect to more than have maybe like 15 or 20% equity in that situation. And honestly, if we're, just kind of looking at this hand objectively, this is kind of a big cooler when it comes to this splash pot. Iowa Matt only having $500, getting 8s all in pre-flop is very reasonable here. So we see a queen high board. Iowa Matt is going to need some help. No spades, so he's just going to have an 8. And I guess we see up in the corner there are no 8s.
Both 8s are dead. That would allow him to win. So Sam taking down a $1,100 pot.
And Sam continues to play big pots early, build a stack. I know he did lose that last hand right before this, but right back in the action.
Yep.
Doesn't skip a beat. And obviously picking up 10s there is a dream. So, Sam is a fun guy to play against, a stream regular.
He's unfazed by losing pots. Unfazed by winning pots, some might say. As he relaxes, getting a nice massage at the moment.
We're up to 24 viewers now. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in. If you guys don't know, tonight's a really special stream. I think we're going to have some really big pots. My name's Garrett. I'm on the mic with Cameron Mixon. I'm one of the players usually in this game. I know a lot of the players here. And one thing that we're watching out for is Iowa Matt and the Professor. They have played some big pots in their past. Iowa Matt played a really big pot against Lateralis last time he was here. So we expect these players to get involved later on in the stream, especially when stacks get deeper. And we got a lot of action players on the felt here tonight. Aardvark, who's been having a pretty good run, is going to raise it up with a 7 offsuit. Professor's going to go ahead and fold King Jack offsuit. That's pretty disciplined by the Professor. A good fold. Folding the Kojak, or what some people might call the rookie hand. And then we see Iowa Matt calling on the dealer button with Queen 10 offsuit. Stein's going to get in there with a nice suited connector. It's the 7-6 of clubs. And Papa P, I mean, he's almost priced in with any 2 here, but he's going to find a call with 8-3 of diamonds. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop, and looks like Iowa Matt's going to have a slight edge. We'll see how this flop comes out. We got a 6 deuce 3 board. That's going to give Stein top pair. Papa P is going to have middle pair.
It's not often that you flop top pair with 7-6, and the 6 is the top pair, but it is going to be an ace on the turn for Aardvark now.
Yeah, and I like checking here from everybody. once you turn an ace in your aardvark, betting is pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
You're
he
hoping
does.
your opponents do not check raise you, but you fare to have the best hand a lot. And everybody's going to get out of the way.
So Sam coloring up some of those red chips that he had. I was just having this conversation this last week that I think I want to disallow people from coloring up. I want to see as many chips as possible. I think it looks better for the stream. We want these big stacks, these mountains of chips out there.
Absolutely. I love it. WSOP, early 2000s style, just as many chips as you can get. It can definitely present some challenges at the table if you got too many of them, but Sam is a guy who likes coloring up early, and, each person has their own, thing that they like to do, so coloring up pretty reasonable for him, especially when you got so many reds after that last all-in hand that he won. And we got Leeortz here raising it up with the King 10 offsuit. No Nick game on just yet. The players will get back in the Nick game here in probably a few hands.
Stein put in a 3-bet from the button with pocket jacks, $110.
Yeah, and we'll see if anybody else has a hand who can get involved here. But if you're Leeortz, this is definitely treading dangerous water to call here. You're up against a player who is going to have a pretty tight 3-betting range on the button. You know, he could have called instead of 3-betting the button, so I think Stein is going to have a pretty strong range here. And King 10 doesn't play great against that, and on a board like this, it's going to be hard to play out of position. I imagine that Stein is going to c-bet and take this one down.
Leeortz could find a lead here. He does.
This is unorthodox. It is absolutely targeting the hand that Stein has and a lot of hands in Stein's range.
Stein may just lay this one down. He does lay it down, so nicely done by Leeortz, finding a lead on this flop somehow with the King 10 off.
Well, that's a very creative bluff and almost a factor of the fact that the Nick game is not on. You know, Stein cannot really expect Leo to do that. If the Nick game was on, there would be more incentive for Leo to come out and bluff like that. But that's actually a pretty perceptive pickup by Leo that, the ace-deuce-6 board, Stein is not going to hit that a ton. He's going to have a lot of pairs in his 3-betting range. And I think Leo knows that, hey, if he gets a lot of resistance there, he's just going to have to fold and get out of the way. So Stein making a pretty tight fold there, but it is going to be pretty hard for him to navigate on turns and rivers. Does he call?
Tough to navigate and tough when your opponent is doing that. How often do they actually just have an ace? It's tough for us to really be ahead.
Yeah, especially
the
when
same
you're the
time.
pre-flop aggressor, you can have things like aces, you can have ace-king.
Exactly.
So we're going to see two hands interacting here. Flat white's going to open with a pretty reasonable hand, the king-queen offsuit. Stein is going to 3-bet him with a good 3-betting hand as a bluff, ace-3 of clubs. We're going to see everybody else start folding behind. This is a hand I would expect flat white to call with, but flat white doesn't do a lot of cold calling 3-bets. And of course, I say everyone's folding, but Aardvark is going to wake up with a wired pair of nines. And he's not
Nines
folding.
again. We saw him only a few hands ago with the pocket nines and that 3-way all-in, the biggest pot of the night so far. Can he find another 9? He does not. Stein hits a pair of 3s on this flop. King 8-3, 2 diamonds.
And it's a good board for his range because it does contain a king. I expect him to c-bet. This is a good c-betting bluff. He's going to have, 5 outs to a draw to beat a lot of hands here. And his opponent can actually call with worse. Things like diamonds. Maybe they can sometimes float with ace highs as well. So we'll see what Aardvark decides to do here. Nines, one of my favorite hands. And recently we've come up with a new nickname for the hand. A little bit inappropriate, but we've been calling it Penguin Viagra recently, and it's a kind of an inside joke. But we'll see if it can hold up here. He does make the call. And, if you're looking down at nines here, you've only got one overcard. You're hoping your opponent doesn't bet again. This is not going to be a good turn.
Jack of hearts on the turn brings another overcard to the nines.
Yeah,
So
and now you're losing to some additional hands. You probably don't expect your opponent to bet a jack a lot. So if he bets again, Stein is essentially representing a king plus here, and this is a really good shove by Stein. Your opponent's going to have a lot of draws. They just have to fold immediately. They're going to fold things like 7-8, 8-9. They may even, randomly have something like ace-jack, and he might get them to fold that. So I like that play by Stein. Yeah, I think Aardvark's range there, when he cold calls at 3 bets, a lot of pairs, and Stein realizing that he can put a lot of pressure on some bigger pairs that are scared of that king. So
all right, how many hands until we start another Nick game? What do you think?
yeah, so usually we wait until it gets to the player who was right before the last Nick game started. So I forget who was the person who started this Nick game, but whenever it gets to the player that was before them in line, then they'll start a Nick game. That way everybody kind of gets to start with the button at the start of each Nick game. But yeah, probably a couple hands and we'll get right back at it. And the Nick game definitely driving a lot of action, but these players are going to find a way to get some money in, even though the game is not on. Sam here limping in with a very strong hand, and I wonder...
Yeah, he's just making the call over flat white's raise with the 10-8 of diamonds. So he has his diamonds dominated with the ace-queen of diamonds.
I wonder if he's setting the trap here. It looks like flat white was the raiser. Flat white being one of the tighter players, but maybe he's sensing that if someone else raised behind, then he was going to re-raise on top of that. We're going to a flop, an ace-high board, and flat white is going to flop a gutter.
Same with Papa P, who also has backdoor heart possibilities with the 10 of hearts in his hand.
Wow, and really a spot where flat white can represent strong hands as the pre-flop aggressor, and Sam choosing to check a very strong hand, under-rep his hand, and he gets a very good turn card. Now he can get value from any ace-x and any jack-x. His opponents don't have a very good hand, but Will is actually going to take this opportunity to represent a lot of what his range is, which is strong cards.
Yeah, he raises, and Sam quickly all in over that raise.
That's right. And, Sam, with that play, if your opponent has like a hand like ace-10 or maybe like a ace-high flush draw, that's a weaker hand, then you are going to get value from that. But unfortunately, he's just getting flat white to fold a lot of bluffs there. But flat white trying to take advantage of the fact that that was a good board for him, and everybody checked the flop. So Sam actually probably making the maximum there by checking the flop and inducing his opponent to bluff with only 4 outs. So.
Yeah, he actually absolutely did just that. Was induced that by that check on the flop.
Yeah, you don't expect to slow play ace-queen and then play a little cagey on the flop. Sam is a player that's playing a lot of hands. So when you do that, you have to play hands a little bit tricky sometimes, and that's an example of how he switched it up, which is always a good thing in poker. You can't always be playing the same strategy or people catch on. And I'm specifically talking to the professor. Professor, you can't just keep playing the same. We're catching on. You got to change it up a little bit.
Calling him out.
Obviously, I'm just joking with the professor, but we're glad to have him back on the stream. He's been a little quiet today, and of course, as I say that, he picks up a monster hand in a good situation. He's got 2 very loose opponents who have just called the straddle, and
Dumps it up to 150, it looks like.
And neither of his opponents are often limping to fold. Sam is very rarely limping and then folding, so I expect Sam to call here. Lateralis may fold to this size, but being on the button, he may call and try to outplay his opponent's post-flop. You can see him mulling over a decision here, and he does decide to get out of the way. It's a pretty big raise by the professor, so I think that's a reasonable play. Sam choosing a hand that's not a bad hand to call with. 2 Broadway cards, can make a lot of straights.
He loves playing hands like this, and he does outflop Professor here.
And if you're the professor, you can start a bluff on this board. How far are you willing to take it? Sam is a player that is not known to fold. many pairs. And when he calls this size, he's probably going to have a pair, maybe a straight draw. Maybe he might have Queen 10 or something like that. A very, very good card for Professor.
Does find his ace now.
No longer needs to bluff, and also his opponent improves to a straight draw.
Could get dicey here, depending on how much Professor wants to bet and how willing Sam is to chase this straight draw.
So the Professor betting about 300 into 650 and getting called instantly. And definitely a good sizing I like to buy the Professor. He's setting up a river jam. Is if his opponent has a king, king queen, king 10, or has a hand like ace 10, then he's probably going to get the whole thing. I don't think Sam is going to call this bet. He's not beating too much, but he did know on the turn that he had a lot of outs to improve to a big hand, and he could have won a really big pot here had he improved. I think the Professor would go with, ace queen, and probably if the river was a jack, the Professor still would go all in. So it's going to make a fold. That's frustrating for Sam, but hey, that's what you can expect when you play a lot of big pots. Sometimes you're going to win, and sometimes they go to the Professor. So well played, Professor. You're obviously switching up your game. I take back my what I said.
Nicely done. Maybe he heard you. We are live from Red Star Card Room in Austin, Texas. Been streaming since 7 p.m. Central, just now coming up on 7:50.
Yeah, Red Star, a fun card room here in Austin. Definitely come check us out, and there's games running on the floor. You can come here and play against some of the players on the stream, and if you want to get involved with the stream, if you want to be on the stream, you can DM my man over here, Cameron Mixon. He can hook you up. A lot of these players that you see are people who are just like you, watching the stream and wanted to get on it, wanted to play against some of these action players. So come on down and have a go.
Speaking of action, Papa P opens the 4 deuce of spades. Aardvark makes the call. Leeortz now with the 7 deuce.
Does not have 7 deuce PTSD.
No, I was going to say, are we going to see him play it, or are we going to see him just toss it in the muck? But no, he's not going to give up. He's going to make it 250 and just take this pot down, I suspect. Here it is. Nicely done, Leeortz, and a very welcome $200 from the table, $25 from each person going to be tossed his way for winning with 7 deuce now.
So Leo getting a little bit of a rebate there from playing the 7 deuce all in earlier pre-flop.
1-1 with the 7 deuce.
And you got to give it to Leo. Leo is a fun player, and he really goes after it, and that's an example of it there. So, there's some players who might not go after it with 7 deuce, but, we put the bounty on, and we encourage action, and that's exactly why. So well done by him to take down that one. Sometimes you got to find the right spot. It cannot always be easy to win with the 7 deuce, but he found a pretty good spot there. And his opponent's folding pre-flop and picking up $200 is a really good outcome. So we got Sam raising it up to 50 here. We don't see the hands coming in just yet. But definitely continue to like and thumbs up the post. Make sure to tell your friends about the stream. It seems like every week we're growing and getting more people, so it's always fun to wake up the next day, look back at the stream, and there's a lot of viewers.
Yeah. Here we go. Big one brewing now. Sam at open with the king queen. Papa P 3-bet 175 with the ace 10 of clubs. Aardvark just making the call with pocket queens. Iowa Mac going to get in there with the pocket 7s, and Sam's not going to be folding here.
Yeah, Sam's not going to be folding. This is a tricky
might rip
play.
it. Oh, my God. He does rip it.
He does rip it.
We're going to see a $4,000 pot here, and Sam is going to be in rough shape against Aardvark.
The thing about this hand is that Papa P could call here.
Yeah, so we could see a $5,000 pot if Papa P makes this call. If Iowa Matt decides to come in by somehow, here it is.
This is a very reasonable play by Papa P. Sam is seeing a lot of dead money here and going with it. And if you are Aardvark and you have played queens this way, you cannot be folding. If you've ever seen this stream, you know that queens is a very strong hand in this spot. The action is a lot in front of you, and you're not gonna have your opponents crushed, but you're gonna have a pretty big equity advantage most of the time. Occasionally, you're gonna run into aces or kings, but this is a really
There's
good
just no
spot.
way we can fold.
Yeah, he's gonna call and then probably have to fade an ace or a king, and if he folds, he's gonna.
Oh
hate
my
it.
God, he
gets rid
folded.
of it. Oh.
What we were sure was destined to be the biggest pot of the night. Iowa Matt now making the call with pocket sevens, so still
He's gonna
a
be in a
huge
great
pot.
spot. And before Iowa Matt put his money in, I was wondering if this is how Iowa Matt gets a big stack again in this game.
$3,000 pot now.
I didn't see Aardvark folding the queens. He's gonna be sick seeing all the cards face up. And I think if he goes all in, I'm honestly thinking that Iowa probably still goes with his hand.
I think he does, probably.
And he just says, screw it. And he's going to gamble a little bit. So it's scary with the queens. You're probably only going to have 40% equity. But, yeah, it's a tough spot. It's a spot where if you've seen the stream before and you've seen Sam go all in and pop a P, you know that they don't necessarily have aces and kings here. Sam could even have a hand like tens or
Yeah,
jacks.
for sure. But Sam now really in a great spot with the queens folding
Yeah, I mean,
to now find the last queen or one of the kings that's in the deck.
yeah, I mean, it's a great outcome for Sam. It's a really good outcome for Papa P too. And really, all of these players are, a third to get their money back. So really, we're having a big gambling session with a couple $100 in the middle.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I think the players are going to go once. Usually they do. So whoever wins this pot is going to have a big stack. So we start off the night with a 2K pot. Here's a 3K pot, and we are about an hour in. And yeah, it won't be too long before we see some big ones.
This is the biggest pot of the night, and it had the potential to be an over $5,000 pot, but Aardvark making the fold with the queens. It would be disastrous if we see a queen out here on this board. You might send him into orbit. But a king comes, 2 clubs as well.
Well, Aardvark, you can be patting yourself on the back because this is a bad flop for those queens.
Ooh, Iowa
Got
Matt, by the grace
nut.
of God, finding a couple extra outs.
A 7 or an 8,
Oh,
and he
it's-
finds it with an 8!
But it's the 8 of clubs. Papa P finding the nut flush.
Oh my gosh. The tease card comes out, and the commentator's curse, obviously tricking me, but Mixon, you knew what was happening. It's the nut flush for Papa P. That's a huge pot. And Papa P has had some up and down sessions, but man, he made a really big comeback a couple sessions ago, and good to see him win a big one there.
Selena pushing him just a sea of chips.
That's right, and we're going to have Iowa Matt buying back in. And, I'm joking when I say this, but those chips in front of him are Lateralis and Professor Chips from the last stream that he played. He won some big pots against them, so
That is valid.
he's buying back in with house money, and we'll see if he can run it back up. But a very good player in his own right. Travels down here to play Holdem and PLO and hang out with his buddy, the professor. And as we see the knit buttons getting distributed out, and Paul raking in some nice red star chips. But yeah, Texas Poker. We got people from all across the country coming here. Not only people from the United States, but people from other countries who are coming to check out the poker scene. So if you are in the area, give Red Star Social a check out and play some games here. There's always good action, bomb pots, Holdem, and obviously the stream game is pretty action, so come on down. Sam doing something I don't see very often and folding in the knit game, but he knows that he's going to be able to win and lose his button here sooner or later. So this knit game is going to be for 140. Our second knit game of the night. Professor in the cutoff is going to get after it with the King 9 offsuit. trying to get out of the game early, and there is some extra incentive to do that. Stein is going to wake up with it here in the big blind, and I expect him to 3-bet, and the professor is unlikely to defend. You know, Stein can be doing this a little bit wide in the big blind, but generally a pretty tight player. That's a pretty large size, so going to get rid of his nip button immediately. And always nice to pick up queens first hand of the nit game. I know I was getting made fun of a couple weeks ago because I was picking up aces and kings a lot in the nit game, and it feels too easy sometimes when you get those premiums. So fun games so far. A lot of action. I think we got a lot of action left to go. We're up to about 29 viewers. If you can hear me in the chat and you're out there, go ahead and let me know where you're watching from. Always fun to see people watching from around the country. We've had some people tune in from some different countries, and it's cool to see that Texas poker is being watched all over the place. So we got our second hand of the nit game. All of these players eager to win a hand and avoid the bounty. Aardvark pulling off an amazing fold, saves his entire stack, and now he's got king 4 of clubs.
Yeah, now he looks like a genius.
Yeah, I had a fold probably about 4 or 5 streams ago where I folded ace king, and it was probably not a normal spot to fold ace king, and of course I would have lost the hand, so I've felt results oriented good about it, and that's what Aardvark's going to feel, because that was not going to go his way if he put all the money in. He is the raiser here on an 8-deuce-6 board, and Sam is just going to come out and lead for a pretty big size. It looked like 75 or maybe 100, 125. So a little bit over the size of the pot, and he's just going to take this one down with his top pair. And
yeah, Sam very rarely going to be one of the last players in a nit game with the button still in front of them.
yeah, I mean, you saw him walk out of the room, walk back in, win a hand, and get rid of his button. And, Sam in the past, once or twice, has forgotten to show his hand in the nit game, but he always wins and gets out of it. So we're looking at some VPIPs on the stream. Sam, unsurprisingly, at the top with 47. Aardvark's in there with 42. Lateralis around 40. Iowa, Matt, and Stein.
Yeah,
more
take
in the
a
middle.
picture. Look at Stein. He's at 33%. Professor at the bottom of the leaderboard here, 19%. We gotta. Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump those up.
I might have some inside knowledge that the professor may have been making fun of Stein for having a 19% VPIP. So we'll see if the professor can turn it around. He's playing well so far. Hasn't had a ton of cards to play, but played that ace-queen hand pretty well. We see a raise here from Aardvark with king-jack of hearts, and the professor is going to call behind with king-9 of diamonds. Iowa Matt is going to get in there on the button. And now Sam's considering doing something here. He's going to go ahead and call, and while our graphics catch up, looks like we're going to have a pretty big pot brewing up here. Paul going to be pricing with a lot of hands here in the big blind, so we're going to go 4 ways, it looks like, to this flop. Aardvark is our pre-flop aggressor here, and in there with a hand that's dominating a couple of his opponents, Professor and Iowa Matt. And it looks like Sam's in there too, so we're 5 ways.
5 ways. We could see an interesting flop, but
this is going to be a very good board for Aardvark. He's going to have a lot of ace-x in his range, and he, in fact, does have a flush draw. So I imagine he's going to bet, and then it looks like Papa P has a pair. So I imagine Papa P may peel one off here, trying to hit 2 pair or 3 of a kind.
yeah, and it's a reasonable spot to do so when we have the middle pair on this board, but he actually lays it down, just going to allow Aardvark to take down a pot and get rid of his nit game button. And with that, I think we have a seat opening on the stream, so I believe that you're going to go fill that seat, Garrett.
Yeah, mixing it feels like deja vu. Last time I was here with you, I was an alternate and filled a seat, and looks like I'm about to go do that same thing now. Like I said, guys, big action game in front of us. Thanks for letting me tune in onto the mic.
No,
And I'll,
thank you. You've been holding it down for me. My throat's a little scratchy right now, and
well, no problem. I've really enjoyed it. Root for me out there. Wish me some good luck.
so here we go. Continuing on with this knit game as we wave goodbye to Garrett Stein without a button, Sam without a button, and Aardvark without a button now. Aardvark opening $40, and Professor on his left gonna 3-bet the pocket tens, makes it $125. Papa P now with ace 3, gonna let it go. So Professor taking that one down with the pocket tens, going to get rid of his knit button as well. We see a 10 high board here, 10-7-5, 2 clubs. Papa P with a 10 in his hand, going to put in a raise over Iowa Matt and Sam. Sam going to gamble with a gut shot here. Papa P in great shape. And we're seeing a huge pot. Sam has 6 high. Papa P has top pair with a king kicker. It's tough to be in this good a shape with just top pair ever. But here we are, Papa P, loving it. Sam looking for a 4. Only 3 4s remain. Now picks up a couple of 9s as outs, but they do not come. So Papa P winning a $2,600 pot. The second or third biggest of the stream so far. And Papa P has a great start to the stream tonight. Over $4,200 in his stack. I've got great news here in the booth. Barbecue was just delivered. So we're eating good tonight. Little style switch action if you're wondering. So I'm building up a little turkey sandwich right now. Many of you in the Austin area know I am a barbecue aficionado and ex-pit master. Nick game's still going. Iowa Matt. 6-5 of clubs makes it $60. Sam is back with chips. $1,000 in the man's stack. 9-3 of hearts is what he's going to look down at. Yeah, he says he wants to play. Why not? Lateralis just making the call with the ace-jack. And it comes ace-ace-10. Not a bad result when you have ace-jack. He checks. Iowa Matt going to continue with a $100 bet here. He was the pre-flop opener, telling the story that he does have the ace, and he should in his range at least, but Lateralis holding on to one of his own and turning Iowa Matt dead. Check, check on the turn. River, 4 of clubs. Lateralis, a stranglehold on the cards his opponent can have even, decides to check it over and try and get Iowa Matt to bluff at it, which he does. Iowa Matt makes it $300. He only has 400 behind. Lateralis rips it. And Iowa Matt's going to have to muck. He will not be getting rid of his knit button. Yeah, hiker, I do. I do still make barbecue. Just as a hobby, obviously, but haven't done it recently. I need to get the smoker going now that we had that cold spell for a bit here in Austin, but the weather's incredible right now. So I might have to get out there this next week and throw something on the pit. So here we go. Leeortz flopping 2 pair with the ace deuce. He's going to check around. Flat white does pick up a straight draw now. Sam just king high. Going to let it go as well. And Leeortz going to take that down with the ace deuce. Gets rid of his knit button. And Leeortz slowly but surely climbing his way back from his loss from hand number 1. He went for it with 7 deuce if you weren't tuned in quite yet. Played a $2,000 pot against Sam in hand number 1. Leeortz was not the beneficiary of the chips in that one. 2 knit buttons still remain. Flat white, who lost knit game number 1, in danger of losing knit game number 2. Sam loves to play hands, and Papa P loves it just as much, but knows that he is sitting in a prime seat this evening on Sam's left as we see these two get involved. Sam with 10-8 going to flop 2 pair on queen 10-8, put out a c-bet. Papa P with really nothing but ace high here. Decides to just lay it down. But beautiful stack in front of Papa P there. Starting to build a mountain like I mentioned before with Garrett. Love to see people stacking up chips and having these big chip stacks. Just it feels so much more exciting when there's lots of chips out there. This game would not be nearly as fun to watch if Papa P's chips were just all black chips. Papa P waking up with Ace King now. Sam has opened it to $50. He's just going to make the call. And we're going to see a big one get played here. Lateralis now with pocket jacks. I'm going to make it 150, 175, 200 even. Leeortz with Ace King also. Watch out. Leeortz, great stack size to just rip it here, I think. Decides to go smaller, though. He decides to go 500, it looks like. Flat white with pocket sevens now. Huge hand developing. Flat white lays it down. Sam does not give a damn. Look at this. He's going to make the call with the 9-6 of hearts. We've got Big Slick versus Big Slick versus Big Lick versus Pocket Jacks. What does Papa P want to do with all this action in front of him? Does he fold Ace King? Does he rip? Do we play a massive pot? Papa P seems like he's thinking about folding this. He does fold it. He can't believe he just folded it. He folds it and looks up to the heavens, wondering why in the world they put him in that spot. So here we go. 3 players with $500 each in their pre-flop. $1,500 in the middle. Queen, queen, deuce. Pretty safe flop for Lateralis here. Sam has backdoor hearts working for him. Leeortz is just going to jam. He goes all in. Sam quickly folds, and Leeortz is in trouble, as we saw. An ace and a king burned from Papa P's hand. And you can see in the graphic at the top, there's only 2 remaining aces that Leeortz can hit now.
You pulled ace king pre-flop. What the fuck? Who let you on this? It was 50, 50, 200, 500. Call.
If you want to go twice a week,
Huh?
it's up to you.
What happened now one time every time? Irrelevant. Well, I was pretty sure I'm up against. I'm shopping or up against 7 deuce, which is important. Like mentally. I'm like, how could they like it? I forgot my.
They're going to run it 2 times. Leeortz looking for one of those 2 aces on both. Can he do it? He did. He finds one of them. Now he can't burn the other one here. Okay. So Leeortz finding an ace on the first. He's going to lock up half of this pot. Can he do it again? No. Lateralis going to lock up the second one on that turn.
Had I called, I would have got quartered if you were twice.
You would have won that one. You would have won that one.
No, I mean, if I had been, I mean, there was only 2 left. Maybe 1. I don't know. We'll find out later.
Yeah, Papa P, very happy with the fold that he made. Very rare that we see anybody fold ace king pre, really here, but Papa P, one of a very few. Garrett was in the booth with me just a while ago talking about a fold he made with ace king pre-flop, and it seemed weird, he mentioned, but being results oriented was correct.
Uber came up and said 1 minute. I was in Frisco. 1 minute, that was quick. Walk up my foot and it said it's here, like immediately it's here.
So flat white folds to him in the small blind, still has a nit button, bumps it up with the ace nine of diamonds. Looks like he made it 100. Iowa Matt rips it with king queen off. Sam rips it with ace jack. Flat white makes the call, so if either flat white or Iowa Matt can win this hand, they'll get rid of their nit buttons, and that'll be the end of this nit game. So here we go, another big one. Big pot after big pot tonight on the Red Star Card Room stream. Get on down here to Red Star in Austin, Texas. Come play you some poker. Big pots being played left and right.
I'm rooting for Sam, but I'd secretly like to win. How much? 30? That's really high.
Rooting for more chips on the table.
It's very easy to do.
So you're all in.
One time, they say, Selena has the pots all correct, and here we go. 9 in the window. 9, 8, 6. Iowa Matt needs a king or a queen. There's an ace. Iowa Matt is dead. Flat white. A stranglehold on this one. So flat white not going to lose the second nit game, and he will take down this pot.
Look at it back now.
I was secretly rooting for myself too.
Somebody.
When you said what you said, I like almost took one out. 40 cents. Thank you for the love.
It's 120 squash. Somebody tells me, oh, yeah, just as one out.
He said he's coming right back. Are we waiting for him? Splash pot?
He's coming right back. I was doing the math on
I mean, he should. He paid for it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
I'd want to
He's coming back. So we're
Sam's coming back. He's in the squash box.
yes, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm saying.
he's coming.
You can deal out the cards.
We'll just tank.
So deal with it?
Yeah, he's 10%.
Alright, so.
I have a lot to think about. Think about some of that. Budget. Yeah, that's
Hiker saying that he knew that flat white could win a pot in less than 2 hours. Yeah. We're an hour and a half into the stream, and flat white has won his first pot. So here's the splash pot provided by Iowa Matt.
In or out? Out, out, out. It's out.
Splash pot is not.
$120 in the splash pot. And an extra 20 went to Selena.
They said they're doing them out.
They will give him that.
Splash pot is not. Splash pot is not.
But wait, you can't do that because it matters for the button. You can't be able to go to the splash button not off, will this kid, you can't play splash button.
I don't know.
We can lower them 1,000, we can wait, we can.
That's what I was doing,
But
but
you can't just put the splash button. Let's hold like that.
if you think that's,
Are you gonna do double straddle or no?
We started streaming tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time as the players look like they're discussing
superior position.
something to do with the splash pot and perhaps Sam being gone. Not sure.
No, from a principle standpoint, I 100% agree.
Not sure exactly what the issue is.
Splash pot is on. He's saying it is on.
That is absolutely.
Are you okay with one position difference? Well, now, okay.
The splash part happens when the splash part happens.
Okay.
Try to get it to work.
Yeah, he's already here now. Yeah, I don't think that's stupid.
I said we should wait for him.
I know, we all agreed to.
We all agree.
That's what we should have done. What are they gonna do? Tell us to leave?
I mean, we could just push it to the next hand, huh? A bunch of people have already folded.
It's not that hard. Don't show your hand. Don't show your hand.
Yeah, we can do that. I agree. We can do that. Do we all agree to not show our Grease hand? I agree. So that we can just agree to the next hand? I agree.
That's a fair way to do it, but
Iowa Matt waking up with 10s now. Stein will fold. Papa P with 7 deuce. Showing lateralis.
I said I agree. I said I was gonna do it, so.
Papa P gonna lay it down. Very surprised to see him.
What do you say? I had fucking 7 deuce.
Well, he could have still played it.
Well, but I have to show to win, so no, I
so
can't.
yeah, it doesn't matter if we already agreed to that. Yeah. We're part of agreeing to it.
I guess I can read this as money for the last one.
That was nice.
Yeah, I believe the issue may have been that they wanted to wait for Sam to be back with his chips before they did the splash pot. So that splash pot money remains in the pot, and they're going to play for it now. Professor grabbing a rack
Well, they can do double straddle.
and putting chips in the rack. Looks like he is going to make his way
Double straddle. 6.
out the door.
So this hand is his splash pot. Alright,
Chris, what are you doing?
so
I gotta leave.
Chris is out.
Professor is done.
Poison is crushing my head.
Discussing it with the players, I can't really tell what exactly he's saying is the issue. I think he is. I think he told the players he's getting a migraine. So he's going to exit the stream, and now his good friend Iowa Matt in the 2 seat. Picking up pocket 8s now. Makes it 350. Sam calls with Jack 6 of diamonds. Lateralis going to be laying down the Queen 3 of clubs. Heads up here, Jack 6 versus pocket 8s. 2 diamonds on the flop, 993. Sam may go with this one. He does. Rips it. Iowa Matt calls all in. Iowa Matt in good shape at the moment, but Sam with a lot of outs here. Any diamond is going to do it for him, and any jack will vault him in the lead as well. We see one jack missing. Everything else still very much alive. Hey. 10 turn and 10 river is going to give Sam the best hand with the jack high kicker. Iowa Matt counterfeit with his pocket eights there on the 9-9 flop, and that's going to do it for him. He sees his buddy Professor walk out the door, and then he loses an almost $2,000 pot immediately. He's done. He's hitting the showers. Garrett's going to come in shortly, as we know he left the booth from doing commentary with me to go fill a seat, and we'll fill another seat with somebody else. Start calling your friends, and if you're close to Red Star, make your way down here and get on the stream. I mean, look at this game. How can you not?
I didn't want to say anything, but you got almost lucky versus because Matt's not folding, right? I know Professor, yeah.
See Professor hopping into the chat saying he wasn't feeling well. Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. Hope you feel a little better. Really wish I was still had you in the game and could talk about the hands you were playing, but go take care of yourself. Leeortz bumps it up to $55 with Ace King of Spades. Sam with the Queen Jack of Clubs from the small blind, going to make it $200. And Papa P now on his left with pocket sixes. Papa P laying it down. So Leeortz electing to just make the call with the ace-king there. And Sam flopping two clubs. Tons of ways for him to win this hand again. He's actually a equity favorite, we can see, versus the ace-king of Leeortz. Leeortz hates facing a bet right here. Leeortz lays it down and shows, and Sam repays that favor by showing him he had the Queen Jack of Clubs.
She thought maybe I had P5. Did he find the lead? Did he look? Did he find the lead?
Looking. You do.
He wanted to catch him.
And you were in Williamson or Travis?
By the lodge.
In Williamson. Wow. Too much about it, right?
Yeah. But, yeah, so I just have to keep it.
So Lateralis opens the action. Aardvark 3-bets him to $100. Lateralis going to put in a 4-bet now. Back at you, Aardvark. $325 is the amount. And going to take it down with Queen Jack.
I want to accept it. I almost said something. But I appreciate this.
Lateralis very good at recognizing those kinds of spots where he can put in 4 bets and generate folds with worse hands. A lot of players are scared to do that.
It gets so quiet when Garrett sits down. It's just
No one was talking when I was not here.
Stein opens it to $60. Sam makes the call with 6 high. 6-5 to be exact. And Aardvark coming along as well with ace 10. So 3 ways to this pot. $211 in the middle. 10 in the window. Ooh, but there's a 9 out there also. Aardvark with the ace of hearts on the 3 heart board. This could get spicy here. Aardvark checking it. Stein going to put in a c-bet here. $80 it looks like.
I don't know if I've truly seen you tilt. I've seen you go a little
You actually have to lose a little bit first.
but I don't know if I've seen you like
Aardvark with a hand that wants to raise, and he's going to be able to put Stein in a uncomfortable spot.
I can't say I've never gotten that. Rare.
I've been like mad at somebody that I like last year.
So Stein with middle set here with pocket 9s, making the call. Stein does not want to see another heart. Aardvark thinking that's a great card for him as well. And in fact, it is. It goes all in from Aardvark. Stein quickly making the call, but 2 of Stein's board pairs and the ace or the 10 now would give Aardvark a higher full house. King of spades is a safe river for Stein on the first run out. And the 4 of clubs is safe on the second run out. So Stein winning a $2,600 pot from Aardvark, who was one of the big winners up to this point.
Last stream, like 3 times I flopped, open-ended straight flush draws. And so that thing, at one point I was like, kind of paired.
The chips are flying today, folks. Garrett very happy that he was able to get a seat at this table, I can tell you that.
I always go once. Okay. Unless like, you know, it's your last game and we want to keep you on the table or something, we'll do 3 times. If it comes down to that, but normally just. If I win a coffee. No, in that incident, you just called me and I'm tilted, I'm going.
There's the cumulative winnings. Papa P having a great night so far, up 3,600. Leeortz up 1,300.
Not anymore yet. It's not Warren, so
Stein up 1,100. Professor left us up 1,000. Lateralis up 130. Everyone else in the red. Iowa Matt left us down 3,700, I believe the number said.
Well, that's still not worth it. They can only Congress can declare war. So until then, it's a military. So basically,
What does this matter? What are we talking about?
they didn't pass it.
Some people are on the news. It's all the news places are saying.
Okay, the news people are listening. Okay, guys, the news people exist to make everybody dumber. They're here to make their special ad. It's like literally.
I just want to know if you think we're at war. I want everyone's position on whether or not.
Stein raises it to 6-30 with 6-5 of clubs. Excuse me. Aardvark makes the call with the 9-8 of clubs. So we could see some action on some clubs, but none to be found. Leeortz actually with the best hand here with the pair of twos. They're going to check it over to Stein, who going to continue telling the story that he was. This should be a board that's much better for him than either Aardvark or Leeortz. And that bet's going to take it down.
Underground bunkers where all this full of kamikaze drones. So they're basically drone with a warhead and if you fly into shit.
It's tough to fight back.
You don't have to fly back.
We're pretty good. I know, to fight back.
Oh yeah, they're taking like 200 freaking warheads and flying them all at once.
Stein with pocket aces making it $30. Sam coming along with 10-7. Offsuit. Papa P now with pocket sixes. He'll make the call. Lateralis with Queen 4 of spades going to make the call also. Aardvark coming along with pocket fives. Garrett somehow finding a fold after everybody has called. Leeortz making the call. And flat white making the call. So aces basically in a bomb pot at this point. 7 ways. King, Jack, Jack. Nobody with a jack, and not the flop that Stein was hoping for when he's got 6 players to play against here. Leeortz with the open-ended straight draw. Flat white folds. Stein tosses his aces over to flat white and says, look at this. They're in the muck. Papa P folds, Lateralis folds, and it's down to Aardvark with the pocket fives. Leeortz taking it down. Nice pot to win. Show, Leeortz. Show. He does not.
So I checked those guys, 0.9% chance, 109 to 1.
You looked. I haven't gotten that. All right.
I mean, the sensation, the camera didn't know what's happening, there was no commentary about it.
Well, did you just like slow it down to see
No,
the
it shows.
It shows.
Pretty obvious. Yes. I was wondering if they went in and edited it just to fuck with me.
You're fucking kidding.
7 deuce, 100%.
Someone just robbed you. You just walked down the street. Someone just took $200.
No, I did to myself.
I know. Now I hand over. I go
Paul
all in with
picked up
an
a bag,
queen on
like
the
a
board.
trash bag off the street with $200, and he's like, fuck this. He didn't even look inside. He thought he was.
No. I felt sorry for y'all, so just give you each $25.
It's so funny that we were saying that as a joke.
You know, happy Valentine's Day, happy, Patrick's Day, whatever.
What are you trying to tell us?
I'll give you all $25. I'm very generous. Yeah, the chance, it's seriously a 109 to 1 chance that I had 7 deuce there. And I had 7 deuce.
How good I run, Garrett?
I'm like Daniel who has like 3 bad hands. I have like 3 good hands.
You know what that's called on this stream? Penguin Rattler.
I did say it on stream. I said it on stream tonight.
What is that? Unfortunately not.
You did. That's the hand I was like. I was like, Penguin Viagra.
Once or twice more.
So if it's at least the third time. That's a lot of horny penguins. A ton of horny penguin slumber party.
So we have started a new Nick game.
Yeah, there's no reason behind it, but there kind of is. I'll have to look at how you draw nines or something. Exactly, that's what everyone gets. Correct. How do you draw the nine? Yeah, you do like old school, like square digital.
Hand number 38, Papa P, under the gun, gonna make it $50 with pocket deuces. Lateralis with a 2 in his hand.
Penguin anatomy connoisseur.
Well, you mentioned penguins right away. Whoa. You did say you had never met him. I had never met one.
I'm trying to figure out, does it have something to do with Wayne Gretzky?
It was the first thing I said when penguins were what it has to do with is it's just a joke. But I said it one time and someone was like, penguin penis? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like upside down, maybe.
Stein making the call out of the big blind, and Sam going to 3-bet to $100. Just gonna min click it here with the Jack 10, and both players going to call. Ace, King, 8, 2 spades. Stein with the spades in his hand. Papa P, an underpair on this flop. And Sam with the gut shot to Broadway. Bets $200 into $300. Stein going to make the call. A lot of outs for Stein, and that's one of them. Spade on the turn. Checks it over to Sam, hoping to elicit a bet out of him. The river is the 5 of spades, which is a terrible card for Stein. Makes it tough for him to get paid. Really any more money in this pot. He does check it over to Sam and gives him some rope to put a bluff in, but does not come. Stein going to get rid of his nip button and win a sizable pot. $700 pot going his way.
Only you know it's defib was like 50% the first 5 or 6
Defib
games.
was, what's funny is the professor's defib, or one of the defib charts came up, and his defib was 19, and yours was like 30%. Yeah, yours is okay. Yours is okay. Everybody's is okay. What's mine help? Yours was the lowest. I'm surprised. He was locking it up.
Oh, mine was pretty low to it.
Yeah, no, he literally hit that. You hear that, Prof?
He's watching and commentating.
There's a red six
Aardvark opening the 9-8 offsuit, makes it $40. Leeortz with King 3 of spades. Looks like he's going to make the call.
when he mugged the breeze coast.
Flat white gets out of the way, as does Stein. Action on Sam with King Queen now. Puts in a raise. I believe he made it $150 now.
I know he's talking about, but I don't smell it.
Alright, I know which one.
Well, we all have the same information. We don't need to show it.
There's one card that's flush. Yes.
Honestly, all I smell is wine. It's the only thing I'm smelling.
Usually
You know what's really funny? Somebody plugged in the diffuser right behind us. It's like on.
Well, he went around plugging it. They plugged it back in. Which he just told somebody they probably wouldn't have plugged it back.
37 of you watching live right now. Thank you all for tuning in on a beautiful Wednesday. Wow, Leeortz looks like he wanted to make the call, and he's just doing a pump fake. Lays it down. Leeortz would have been in bad shape.
Wow. I can't believe what I caught the. I thought it was something else, something called. How's that nuance thing?
Like it's way too loud, too many people talking.
Well, because it's only 4 mark cards and there's only 1 base card.
Imagine what happens when we release monkeys and cocaine into the world.
Yeah, pretty sure with diamond, but like
For the cash games,
I look down at the jack of diamonds, so
I love some King Elephant.
not that I.
I saw today that they're selling the Ace Ventura Rhino, the birthing Rhino.
6, 7 base.
You might want to Rhino. And you can
It's gonna be hard to make your money back.
birth yourself on.
Like,
Just a rhino?
set it
Ace
up.
Ventura Detective, where he comes out of the Rhino map.
I saw it today too, but no memory.
You don't remember what
Aardvark opening the King 9 of clubs. Stein making the call with the Queen 10 of spades. Sam coming along with an ace. Papa P now with ace 10 in the big blind. Reaching for raising chips. He makes it 250, it looks like.
We'll play one stream with me and call switch. I'll drink the wine. We're gonna get him super high. And super happy.
Don't worry about it.
No.
You have an ace and a 10?
I got the hand that Garrett fucking took all my
There we go. Papa P taking that one down with the raise, the squeeze there. Papa P with quite the stack that he's built tonight.
It's okay, you're about to be punished, I feel like.
Probably. I'm probably gonna kings. Lose again. Every time I get on stream.
Punish him.
Leo's too cool, dude. I'll do it. Because flat will too, and that's like really punishing.
I'll just like stick it in with tens and just bink it.
Oh my god, just look at it with sevens. Sevens through.
To be honest, he'll just stick it in anywhere.
Feel bad if it's for you.
Male or female?
Yeah, you're right. Pencil. You're right.
Same as
I can't.
Are you assuming the pencil is single or?
Folds to Sam on the button, and you know what that means. He's going to bump it up, makes it 60 bucks.
Okay, I won't.
What were you doing at Terry Black?
I just literally posted to there.
Lucky. Thank you for going today.
Yeah. I was like, I try to go there maybe like once a month.
I go to that convention center next to it. Try to get like once a month or once every other month.
Oh, it's Pokemon.
Yeah. Pokemon's, finals, and then there's usually some other conference.
7,000. Oh, wait, that.
Just approximately 300, 200?
Less than 300.
Less than 3.
Aardvark with the ace 3. Finds an ace on this flop and rips it. Sam makes the call for $258 more. Oh, excuse me, no ace on the flop. Jack 5-4 flop.
Holding aces, and the person has the exact same hand.
Sam turning a 10, but Aardvark turning diamonds.
A little more aces than ever.
But it's a king on the river, so Sam going to take that one down.
That's the nature of the game.
Graphic is a little messed up there. It was a misread of card for the board. Perhaps one of the burn cards.
Backed around. 9 plus me, queen jack hits me.
A few nit buns still out. Lateralis, Garrett, Leeortz, Flat White, all have one.
Can't believe me and Flat White are still in it, even though we're incredibly active players.
And the game will continue. I'm going to take just a quick break, and I'll be right back.
Got in like
tried really hard.
King, 7 of hearts. That's the one. I was like,
Let's go.
Kept rolling. Oh, his heater's over, and then that happened.
For anybody else, was like, oh fuck, you got there.
I was like, there's a heart in the flop. There's a heart in the turn.
Freaking flops the
Flops it.
Alright,
Go
we
on
got
enough
triple
eventually.
straddle,
You never
tell somebody they're up a
140.
heater. That's gonna make you
When did you guys leave?
Oh, your heater's over. Here's a flush. You're welcome.
Yes. So seat 9 is
I will say, if you go in 5 times in a row,
20,
one of them you're
seat
probably
1
gonna win.
is triple straddle, 40, seat 3, fold. Seat 7 is middle, 800. Seat 4, call. Seat 5, fold.
You're only buying
I also
outside.
haven't in a while. But yeah, that's why I know
That
my
is
answer.
literally why.
Turn.
There's like some thought behind it. It's not random.
Your all percentage after you get a stack is not quite so high.
Seat 7,
Yeah, I think,
You just cover everybody and you don't need to go all in.
well, that's not true.
seat 8, call. Seat 9, call.
Hey, he's
Option.
trying to defend himself over his time.
I think it's just crazy that the second he gets above 1,500, the professor's like, I gotta leave. He's gonna fucking stack my ass.
With Queen 3.
Yeah. Queen 4 or some bullshit.
500.
Seat 1, raise, 500. Seat 4, fold.
I did not realize this was a straddle.
Triple. Seat 6, fold.
You hear it's like, yes,
I
it
knew
is
it was a straddle. I knew it was a straddle.
Seat 8, fold.
Surrender or move. You can play all the people that
It's
just.
also nice to
I mean,
have. It's also nice to have.
I figured even
They
if you
also
have
level
nothing, you
the
have to have
plateau behind you. That makes it work.
It's also nice to have.
And ahead. And ahead.
A little bit less expensive.
Yeah,
Fold equity ahead.
that's the nuts there.
Even ace 3.
That's beautiful. When you get called, straddled and ace king.
I had a feeling.
Oh, yeah, I loved it. I loved it.
Alright, double straddle, 20.
You're a Peter Gabriel fan, fly wife.
Peter Gabriel. Why do I know who Peter Gabriel is?
Peter Gabriel's pretty
You can
famous.
feel it coming.
Yeah, there's Phil Collins.
That's Phil Collins. I was about to correct you immediately.
Just like they said.
I was like, you mean Phil?
What you guys don't realize is
Shaking the
this is
tree.
actually like a sick burn.
Just like the 31%.
I don't think it's a troll. I think you were being honest.
Yeah.
You realize that Phil Collins replaced Peter Gabriel in Genesis, or not
Yeah.
Genesis.
That other band that we're talking about.
Seat 5, fold.
The Phil Collins
Should we
band.
take the shovel away from him?
Seat 6, fold.
The shovel?
You keep digging deeper.
Yeah, that's
No, let me go to China. And come back with some Szechuan chicken.
300.
Seat 7, raise, 300. Seat 8, fold.
We can end up if you start digging. I don't think it's China, actually.
I don't actually. Aren't they like literally though? If you look at the world, they're like actually. Well, I don't know like.
That would be
exactly
quite
here.
interesting.
I don't know exactly here, but I'm pretty sure it's the United States and China are like the most directly.
180 degrees
I
apart.
think so.
Seat 4, call. Alright, this is 2 of you.
Oh, see, now you start the song. Yeah, Peter Gabriel
You bought it for
Go look for that one. It might take you a little bit.
800 is what he bought in for.
4,
Was he the guy? Was he the guy that did the Lion King soundtrack?
497.
Gabriel?
Yeah. Peter Gabriel. He did
Alright,
Sledgehammer.
seat 4,
Alright,
I wouldn't expect
alright,
him to do that.
alright.
He's so young.
King 4, ace queen. You must similarly dodge out.
Don't you love all these?
Instead of 6, you only have to dodge 5 this time.
You might get Sam.
Now you
Or
only
maybe
dodge
not.
2 out.
Not anymore.
Oh,
Oh, holy shit! Yep, you got Sam.
Why do you speak those things into existence, man?
Only 2 hours, now there's a number of hours. We're just telling everyone the situation.
I'm in here always
Is that you, Garrett?
Is it ever
So,
gonna?
is it my fault?
No, I'm the one who called. I'm
Did
the
you
one.
call
I
Queen?
No,
called.
he called, but I was saying like, oh, that's a good queen's a good card for you. Now it's only a king.
I agree. Queen. I mean, he could have had queen easily.
Sam, you
Or
do
not
have
queen,
100.
but-
Fucking brutal.
You do have 100 on the bottom of your green.
You don't need it. Just kidding.
You're still trying to get rebate for that
I'll
stuff.
be back. Fuck this. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. But yeah, keep.
Alright, you're good.
Oh, we're going. Keep playing.
So he's the button. He said he's coming back. Should I do him in?
We don't have to.
We don't have to be really.
It doesn't matter.
And he said do him in the button.
He's coming back.
I mean, to be fair, he had a
Whatever,
one.
He's coming back.
Deal him in fine.
Deal him in, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
There we go.
So they deal him out.
I'm
Alice over there going.
One of us is always going to
If
say
you have
something.
money, you can tell him, but if you don't care.
He gets back to the table and try to make things right. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
Every time he says that, it does happen.
Rain
Daniel
card
calls
theory.
a lot.
Every time he calls something. Please, if I'm ever in that situation.
I finally did it this stream. I called the 8 of clubs. He killed the 8 of clubs.
C5.
Yeah, you did. You did earlier.
Alright.
You got it in Jack 7 or 7
Six,
on
raise,
Queen, Jack.
40. C7
Like
fold.
4.
C8 fold.
I think I hit the case 7.
140.
Alright, C9, raise,
I was
140.
doing commentary on that. I fell out.
Wait.
1 fold.
Oh, queen. You said queen, queen, jack.
Queen, Jack. He had Queen. He had
I
Jack.
thought you said
7.
queen, jack, jack at first. I'm like, that doesn't
No,
change it.
it was like the guy
This
had
is the hand that was in?
Yeah, the other guy won out.
It's almost as bad as me saying that I had out to.
Dude, I was making contact about always. Like that was great.
Oh, giving away stuff. Giving away information right away. Giving away all the information.
That's one of the best quotes I've heard in a while. I got outs. The fuck you do?
C9, that's 200.
Give this man some more wine.
Yes. I like to say some. I'm used to playing PLO, but I don't think that was about it either because I didn't have 2 cards.
You know, he needed to rap with it.
Yeah. Like
Like
if I had like pocket queen, then he's a queen. That would have counted. But it was ace queen. I had to a queen, right? Yeah. Even PLO would work.
You would need
We're
like
all allowed.
you would need like king, queen, jack 10, and you can't hit a king.
C9, that's 500.
About the jack 9 showed him before. So I still think it's the right.
He folds everything else.
Huh?
He folds almost everything else. He made
How's
up
he
all
wake up with
He made up all his
What about
raise
me?
three.
You're gonna try to bluff
That's the
me?
flop.
No,
Check
but
raise.
not usually because you have aces when I have queens.
It's unfortunate.
He just ran into this.
I have.
C6
The next
fold.
time when you shove on it,
It's
that's
a
when you
bluff.
call.
That's kind of a bluff.
Normally I don't take those.
And then number 2.
Where my range is so much easier.
Yeah.
Like I even pick up against them. That's like my range is so far ahead right now with a fly. I would have anyone.
You know, forgot my money, so I had to go home
Alright,
and come back.
so
45
double
minutes.
straddle on
What do I get?
C4,
Electronic.
20.
And then there were 2.
Probably a spot where I should have.
I have to win this new game at all costs,
That
guys.
would have been a
You want to pick one for
Everybody,
10?
please
Will?
help me.
You want to pick one for
Work
10?
with me.
I'll take
I was
that one.
thinking
I'll
about
let
it.
you pick.
You were. Pride.
I didn't know.
Should I do 7 in?
I think it's an even
Yeah,
fight,
right?
actually. That's exactly.
Huh?
I don't know what you did. I don't want to be a judge.
Doesn't matter, right?
I'll take that.
Okay, I got it. All right, Garrett, I need you to win the net game.
I need to
Like-
win the
like,
game too.
not win.
I don't want to be under that.
Not lose it.
If Daniel folds, there's a pretty good chance that things are happening.
Is he getting chips? C5 fold.
He said he was. He said he's coming
He's
back.
not
He
allowed
has
to.
Hard protectors
I
there.
have to
and
pick the
three
host.
sisters.
Yeah, of course.
No, but they can see him actually.
You're asking.
Thank you. C6 call. C8 on it. Yeah, C5 fold.
He's like, I'm.
C6
You
call.
know,
Like
this is
$10
not
to
real.
like, to like,
All in.
So you're just gonna give the, this to this.
illusion.
Bunch of fucking assholes.
C4, 422.
Alright.
Oh!
I knew
crap.
Here we go.
I'm so live. I'm so live. Oh, dang it.
Hey, I got an equity ahead.
I'm such an idiot. I was like, I can almost get called by worse. Queen 10.
That's almost a week.
I don't even want Taylor to have to do that.
Just give me a deuce on
You
the
guys
flop.
have to watch it later.
I don't care about winning the hand, but just want to.
Oh.
Is that an ace?
Oh.
Run good, it's still going.
Jack or 10 of spades. Jack of spades. Jack of spades. Jack of spades. Jack of spades.
King. Oh! The rugged may not be going so well.
You weenies.
That's fine. I mean,
I'm
finally.
so
I've only
glad I
played
folded.
Chris is talking at it.
All right, chat. I'm back. Gonna take a short little break. Been in here grinding away in the booth, and looks like the Nick game is still going on as I make this return. Garrett getting rid of his nip button there, it looks like. And I guess that means Lateralis will be paying the nit tax, and that'll be the last hand for Selena, I believe, as Tanya comes in. Aardvark coming back to the table with chips, and Sam making his way back to the table. Looks like Sam has made a little bit of a comeback in that last 5 minutes or so that I've been out. Here's your cumulative winnings. Papa P up the most, 3,600. Leeortz right behind him. I'm not sure if that's quite accurate. I think Leeortz may be just about break even right now. But Stein up 1,400. Professor up 1,000 and out the door. Garrett already up almost 400, and everybody else in the red so far. Iowa Matt left us down 3,700, and Sam down 3,000 right now, but chips in front of him to make a comeback. And Chad, I have a very special guest with me now in the booth, going to help me out tremendously for the time being until perhaps he finds a seat into this game. But give your warmest welcome to Mr. Ben Post, a frequent guest on the show, and happy to have him back here. Ben, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, Cam. This is a wonderful game. I've enjoyed playing it over the past few months, and I'm really excited to be in the booth.
Yeah, it's
Making
awesome.
some comments about all of the shenanigans happening on the table.
Absolutely. It's going to be awesome. It has been an awesome game so far.
Got some usual VPIP numbers up there. Sam again in the lead on
Sam
on
in
that
the lead,
count.
no surprise there at all. Papa P having quite the night so far in the 5 seat, but
Good to see it. Good to see Professor in the green as well.
yeah, and Professor left us early, wasn't feeling too well, but
Oh, that's unfortunate.
did have a nice little run before he left, was in the green, and he also got second in a tournament last night for
Oh, wow.
a couple bucks. I think about 14,000, something like that. So not a bad
I've
last
seen him
24 hours for him.
Yeah, I've seen him having some success in tournaments recently, which is also good. I know he's had some challenges on the stream recently, but it's great to see him pick up a win. Looks like we got some action here.
Yeah, Aardvark opened it to 50 with the ace-5, but Garrett quickly putting in a 3-bet on his left, and Sam going to be the only caller with king 10. So Garrett with the ace-9 does flop top pair on 9-7-2. Sam checks it over to him. Garrett going to be putting in a c-bet. I'd like to see something smaller, maybe about 150. He just decided to rip it.
Indeed.
He has the stack size to do that as well. 673 is what the graphic is telling us, and
Not sure if backdoor hearts is going to be enough to come along, though.
yeah, I don't think
Of course, as we can see, it wouldn't be to his avail anyway, with Garrett having the ace.
Sam, though, the type of player that does like to make these crazy calls sometimes, decides to let this one go. We've seen him make a call, a couple of similar calls actually already tonight. One with king high in a similar spot, and then another with a gut shot, just 6 high.
Looks like we're waiting for a round for another knit game.
Yes.
Game is off.
Knit game off now. That was the splash pot, I believe, that Garrett just took down. So a little bit extra incentive there. And it does make his shove for $675 make a little bit more sense when you think about that. Wasn't factoring that extra splash pot money into the pot. Hand number 47 on the night. We've been going since 7 p.m. It's now 9:15, so getting quite a few hands in tonight.
Yeah, it seems like it's playing a bit faster than normal. I watched the first part of the stream, but already being up to that many hands, feels like it's moving pretty quickly. Looks like we may have some contact here as well. Ace King of Hearts for Aardvark, 5-6 suited for Papa P.
Aardvark flopping top, but Papa P is going to go ahead and donk out in this spot, $50. Aardvark making the call. And Papa P is going to be dead on that turn. Aardvark in a wonderful spot.
It's probably going to do it. Yep.
Just going to take it down. Papa P gets out of the way. We've seen some big hands tonight. Papa P got all the chips you see in front of him, and a big confrontation against Sam and Iowa Matt, who's now left us as well.
Yeah, made a quick exit this evening.
And in that hand, Aardvark actually folded pocket queens pre-flop, and
yeah, I remember watching that hand before I headed up here. I also remember the first hand was an all-in $2,000 pot.
yeah, all in 7 deuce for Leeortz, trying to take it down, and Sam woke up with ace queen. Very first hand of the stream for $2,000 pot. Really set the pace. The guys have slowed down a little bit though now. I was out of the booth for 5 or 10 minutes and missed a few hands, but we haven't seen a really large pot in a while. I was hoping for maybe a $5,000 or $6,000 pot tonight, but
Stay patient.
with Iowa Matt and Professor gone, the dynamic at the table has changed quite drastically.
Leaving all the responsibility to Sam to create.
Yes. He's gonna have to drive the action with these other guys. As he does, he tends to do that. Lateralis flopping an ace. You could see Sam's stack, in fact. The graphic showed, I believe, 1,900 in his stack, but he's got well over 2,700, so.
Lateralis trying to trap a little maybe.
Yeah, it was actually a good turn for Stein, as he did pick up some straight outs. He needed to find a card like that, else he would have been dead.
Lateralis not going anywhere.
Papa P and Leeortz doing a very risky cheers across the table with some red wine over this felt.
That could have been a real disaster.
Lateralis checking the Jack River. Good river for Lateralis. But what does Stein want to do here? Stein trying to suss out if he can get Lateralis to fold an ace by representing that he has the Jack, and he thinks better of it.
Wisely shutting it down.
Wisely shuts that one down for sure. Lateralis, the official spokesperson of Highbrew,
He needs to get a highbrew patch on his shirt.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, he does. They should be sending him
Start getting those sponsorship
at
dollars.
least a case of Highbrew a week and tons of merch to go along with it for him to wear.
We got Garrett waking up with some hooks here.
Leeortz has one in his hand as well, so that's one gun. Flat White and Stein both fold. Sam, however,
Very playable hand for Sam. Suited cards.
yeah, Sam has definitely something like 2,900, 3K in his stack.
Papa P gonna come along. Let's see what he's got.
Papa P with a mystery hand so far. Back to Garrett, and this is a great spot for Garrett to put in a 4-bet. He does find it, 475.
Nice.
Sam now, what does he do? He makes the call. Why not? Queen 5 of hearts. Sam is a real player.
He's a player.
Loves
no doubt.
to just take things to the streets, play any two cards really.
I know it can go either way, but I've seen him have some sessions recently where he really, it's almost like he has a sixth sense and knows the speculative hands that are going to hit and has the courage to stick around for them. And indeed,
He finds 2 hearts on this flop, and it's going to be tough for Garrett to get away also with only the 1 over. We could see a confrontation here. He is going to rip
there we
it.
go. There we
Sam
go.
going to call, I imagine, very quickly. He has already put in the call. Huge pot brewing. But Sam, just the slightest dog, a 47%
okay.
favorite in the hand. Garrett, 53%. Here we go, $2,700 pot. We are cooking now. Garrett
These
looking
are
for,
enjoyable to watch.
yeah, he looking for black cards, any non-queen black card, but no, Sam going to just drill the flush immediately on the turn. Big pot for Sam to take down.
So as I was saying before about how Sam seems to have this keen sense of knowing which speculative hands are going to connect with the board. Big pop.
Welcome sight for the man in the 4 seat who was in for a few thousand today, and I imagine it's roughly back to even now. Now, whether or not the graphic will correctly inform us of that, that's a different story.
Leeortz going to open with ace-9 suited. Sam picking up pocket pair with the 9s. Going to bump it up. And Lateralis is coming along as well.
Nice. It's in the hole.
We'll see what he has shortly. Leeortz maybe contemplating a raise here. No, letting it go.
Lays it down. Lateralis with a mystery hand. Sam with pocket nines. They may just play another all-in pot here.
No, you can. No. Yeah, no.
He said he can't say. This is the logic.
He said he doesn't want to say. I don't care. Heads up, y'all can do whatever you want.
I want you to make the decision that makes me.
Oh, to hear the conversation.
Yeah, it's tough back here. We don't have...
Oh,
he's going to lay down the nines.
very interesting.
Lateralis.
See him let go of nines.
Lateralis quickly pushing his cards in the muck face down. I'm wondering if that wasn't a sizable bluff. That $300 bet.
All the more impressive getting ace-9 suited and pocket nines to lay it down.
Yeah, my girlfriend. She's my girlfriend's big on that. Yeah. See, now I'm getting a headache.
Flat white back in time. See a hand under the gun
And fold.
and fold.
Sam now with a mystery hand. Lots of mystery hands the last couple hands. Haven't had any problems with the card readers really tonight.
Starts next hand. Because it's your breath that we're smelling. I swear. Well, no, it's your whole clothes. It's not.
So Sam raised it to 25. Lateralis tried to put in a raise to 35, but
Maybe didn't see Sam's raise.
had not seen Sam's raise yet. So just makes the call. Garrett and Leeortz both come along with pretty terrible hands as well. Somehow Lateralis has worse than both of them.
Yeah, I think that was a position call. He's got good position. Maybe see what happens.
King, Queen, 6 flop. We don't know what Sam has, but it's pretty tough for it not to be better than Garrett and Leeortz and Lateralis here. Check to Lateralis, who puts in a $50 bet with 5 high. Garrett gets out of the way with his 10 high. Leeort's going to be laying it down. Sam makes a call.
Okay.
Sam can legitimately have any 2 cards here.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain trying to think what he might have, but you're absolutely right. It's difficult to put him on a hand here.
It is going to be impossible to predict what we may see him turn over. But it's not going to be an issue. Lateralis is just going to take the pot down with 5 high instead.
Great play here. Calling in position, small call in position to take advantage of everyone missing on this one. And taking down a okay little pot here with 5 deuce. Okay, looks like the knit game has resumed. Stein going to open, Queen 9 suited. Lateralis going to come along here with Queen 10, bumping it up to 125, it looks like.
It's not like I was in misery, but it was hot.
You're basically crossbooking at that point, which I hate crossbooking.
When you're in misery, if you don't have air conditioning, you get caught up in it.
Oh, happens a lot.
Where your house is. Yeah.
125. Let's not do that. Okay.
Then we got a fold, C9.
And paying the
One fold, thank you.
I think your first one, you should tell the table.
Three calls, 125, so we're heads up.
Okay, here we go. Heads up, Stein and Lateralis.
What do you check?
Stein and Lateralis both hitting top pair.
Six bet, 75.
Daniel leading out for $75, quickly called by Stein.
Check.
And now we have two pair on the board for Lateralis.
I mean, I think that's an advantage for you, though, because now you can take advantage of all the games you play.
Trying to figure out how to make the maximum with his top two pair.
450, what's the value? But then what's the value? If the flash lot's only 200.
What's the slash price?
180.
Bet,
Chunky little bet here of
450.
Well, we typically got,
450.
last time we did, we got shorthanded.
Wednesday, so
Went all in,
Last week, we had like,
and a call.
And I believe that is an all-in bet. Quickly called. Stein getting the bad news. He's drawing dead.
He must. You didn't want to show.
here's the unwritten rule.
He must. All right. Let's see.
Another big pot. $2,700 going Lateralis' way.
1,000. 1108.
Thanks for tuning in to the Red Star Social Wednesday stream. My name is Ben Post BP. Sometimes play on the stream, but tonight joining Cam and filling in for him here for a little bit while he takes a quick break. If you haven't come down to Red Star, you should make your way down as soon as possible. We've got some great action down here. If you're interested in playing in the stream, you can contact Cameron. We move along to another hand here. Daniel stacks up his chips.
I would leave, but I would really hard, they were trying me to leave or lock down, I ended up losing 15. I'm like, no, that's not the way. Y'all haven't met me. Lockdown is not in my vocabulary.
Paul?
Taking a break from stacking his chips to check his cards. I'm going to take a break to focus on those stacks.
7 raises to 100.
Aardvark in, raising it up to $100 with King 10 off.
People have told me that, like, Jay went and told me multiple times I should go up there.
Flat white letting his suited ace go.
4 fold.
Oh, you're talking to home game up there? I was talking to,
And Papa P contemplating coming along. Also going to let it go. So Aardvark's going to take this one down and lose his knit button.
probably even Dallas, I've got advice, I just can't, I can't put the money together, I'm running so bad. The 1025 PLO game, it's much of the CEO supposedly, just during Flash. Dallas. Crypto?
We got a 1 speed straddle. C5.
That's supposedly what this game in Dallas is, but I don't know, I've got to
And here we go.
put the money together and go, I need to put 1025 PLO game, I feel like I need like 20.
6 folds.
Raised to 75 from Aardvark. Showing up with ace-9 suited. Leeortz with a better ace. King Queen suited for Sam. Of course, he's going to be in. And Papa P suited 10-9. So it looks like we've got a very well populated pot here. And right away, no waiting for Papa P, hits his flush. Only Leeortz with any equity left, but not much. Sam and Aardvark both dead. Leeortz with top pair here. Top pair, top kicker, but lots of spades on the boards. And rightly concerned, taking his time to think about $500 call. And welcome back, Ham.
Thank you. Glad to be back. Thank you for holding it down. Papa P flopping a flush here, huh?
Indeed, you came back at a good time. Leeortz is currently contemplating his next move with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, it's a really annoying spot here when you're facing a $500 bet. And I assume a 3-bet at least pot. Really, in this spot, you wouldn't fault Leeortz for any decision he would make. We can obviously see, should he stay in this hand in any capacity, he would be near dead. He does lay it down. Nice lay down, Leeortz. Sam is absolutely dead.
Indeed.
Does lay it down, though. Papa P going to get rid of his nip button.
And take down a nice little pot as a consolation.
Yeah, consolation prize of losing that knit button is winning those chips. Knit buttons are one of the only things that you want to lose at the poker table. You lose, you can lose money, you can lose your mind, maybe you can lose your phone, wallet, keys, those types of things. But
your shoes, maybe.
You might lose your shoes even. Come to Red Star.
I think there's a precedent for that. Is there not?
You may lose your shoes at the poker table. And that is still one of the funniest things I've ever seen on a live stream. Ever. Lateralis opens up the ace-jack of clubs here, and Aardvark is not going to be taking that lightly. He feels personally attacked, is going to make it $125 with king-9 of diamonds. Leeortz with the king-queen off, coming along as well from the cutoff.
Looks like we might have some more multi-way action here before the flop.
Yeah, Sam going to be in there. Lateralis now, after a 3-bet and 3 calls after, or 2 calls, excuse me. Is he going to put in the 4-bet? I imagine so.
Yeah, I expect with him thinking this long, that's
something like 650, 700, I imagine. Does go 700.
700.
Aardvark now, wondering why he 3-bet the king nine of diamonds.
I ask myself that same thing often on the stream when I've put in a 3-bet and someone comes over the top.
However, he does have a stack that he might just want to get all in, which he does. There it is. That's going to get both Sam and Leeortz out of the way, and it's just going to be heads up between Lateralis and Aardvark. Ace-Jack of clubs for Lateralis. Aardvark, king nine of diamonds. We saw a king of clubs folded from Sam, I believe, and another king folded from Leeortz, so not looking great for Aardvark. And
Certainly not with that flop.
even a little bit more bleak now, but picks up diamonds. Can he find a diamond or a king of hearts? Oh, it's the king of hearts!
There it is. Wow. Wow.
Somehow pulls a magic rabbit out of the hat. Wins a $2,000 pot with king nine of diamonds, playing it like nobody else has ever played king nine of diamonds before. And that's well. Lateralis wondering how in the world he can lose that. Even on that turn where Aardvark picks up equity.
Yeah, I did it the hard way.
Yeah, a spot that Lateralis would have
Another sizable pot.
normally gotten all of the players to fold with that 4-bet, I imagine, but Aardvark taking a stand, like I said, perhaps taking it personally that Leeortz would, or that Lateralis would open right before him. And look at that shirt. Hot dogs and gators. What else do you need in life?
Not my style, as you know, but
Well, you've got quite a eclectic style of your own that it's a little bit more suave though than the hot dogs and gators.
right. It's been referred to as sparkle goth.
Sparkle goth. All right.
Sparkle goth.
I like that. I think it was a couple weeks ago I was doing commentary and I said Ben
It's a retired disc,
wearing
a retired disco
wearing a
ball.
retired disco ball. Yeah, that was
I've used that, by the way, since,
have you?
since then, yes.
Incredible. Yeah, that was one of my more proud comments that I think I've ever made on the stream. I got a good laugh out of that one personally. So here we go. Sam getting in there with queen deuce off. Garrett had opened it with the 10-8 of diamonds. Papa P coming along with king 10 of clubs. Couple diamonds. How about
Okay,
all three
look at
cards?
that. Everyone's flopping flushes tonight.
That must be nice. I don't know what that feels like. I can tell you that. Been a long time since I've flopped a flush.
I can't remember the last time I flopped a pair.
Checks to Garrett. Gonna go very small here. $50. Sam's not gonna ever fold for a $50 bet. Doesn't matter what two cards he has.
Yeah.
He does have a draw to the straight flush via the 3 of diamonds, but that's the only way he can win this hand. Checking it over to Garrett. Sam perhaps has devious intentions. Garrett betting 75, and he does, so making the call. Let's see what this river is. The 8 of clubs, so straight comes out. Is Sam going to just put it all in and try and rep that he has the high end of the straight? If he does, Garrett will deliver him the bad news. He does, and Garrett's going to deliver him the bad news. Sam also did not have queen deuce. He had 7-3 of clubs. He actually flopped a straight.
Oh.
So a misread there. Terrible run out for Sam, actually, with the 7-3 of clubs. It goes 7-8. He's just playing the board. However, Garrett's still getting paid.
Iowa Sunday.
I was just making sure you were okay. You hadn't talked in a while. Yo, you alright? I thought you were like. What do you need?
I was like, he smoked some weed, so he's a little just like.
I know, he was
he's
fine.
like,
I didn't mean to.
Here's the thing.
Again,
Lee's right. I've been in a
we're
trance.
bringing in a new deck for.
I've been so pissed that Professor left. Since Professor left me,
Eightfold.
the room, the vibe hasn't been the same, and I'm tilted. And I want him back.
I was more upset that Matt left actually.
Yeah, what the fuck are you complaining about?
New player.
Oh, no. What? Is he living
Long time no
free?
see.
Three bets 50.
You gonna buy a Nick Keller or
Three people?
five?
Five fold.
Oh, four.
Yeah, we'll be done pretty late. Yeah. Oh, what time are we done? No, I mean with the naked.
With the naked.
Oh, he can jump in afterwards. Because if he jumps in now, then he has to take a nap.
Six calls 50.
Firing some turnies, Keller?
Seven calls.
Just getting back to the live chat now, seeing some comments. Jonathan Moorhead, Garrett is not the commentator of the stream. He's actually just normally a player. But Garrett did join me at the start of the stream today to do a little bit of commentary before a seat opened up on the table. I am the head commentator here. My name is Cameron Mixon, and I'm with you all every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and every Sunday at 3 p.m. for our live stream. And tonight I'm joined at this latter part of the stream with another regular stream player, Mr. Ben Post. So thank you for tuning in and commenting on the setup. It is a great setup and great club to come play at. Red Star Card Room here in Austin, Texas. Stein flopping trip aces and just putting in a raise over Lateralis's bet there with the king queen, but the aces going to take it down.
Also getting to part with his knit button.
Yes, so Leeortz with a knit button in the 9 seat, flat white with a knit button in the 1 seat, and Sam in the 4 seat with a knit button. Very rare that you see Sam still with a knit button. Does not happen often. And Keller is joining the game. You see him walking out of the curtain, but he is going to wait to get a hand dealt to him until after this knit game has run its course. Ben in the chat saying that flat white stole his car keys.
Give him back, flat white.
And another comment talking about how many people just can't stand flat white. So flat white catching some strays in the chat tonight.
You know, I played with him for the first time last week, and I found him to be quite agreeable, actually.
Flat white laying down the pocket threes.
But Sam's not going anywhere.
Sam is never folding with a knit button in front of him, especially not with the opportunity to get rid of it when two other players still have theirs. Ace, King, 8, and Lateralis has top here. That's top pair, top kicker for those of you not in the know. In this instance, he has a pair of aces, and the queen becomes his kicker with a king out there on the board in his hand. 10 of clubs is going to lock it up for Lateralis. The flop went check, check. Lateralis giving Sam all the rope in the world to take this pot down, but does not work on the flop. He does put out a bet on the turn, and that'll get the job done.
Despite having his knit button, Sam plays it cautiously.
Many players have lost thousands to save paying what is only hundreds at the most in the Nick game. Papa P, the big winner on the night, up 3,800. Lateralis not too far from behind him, though. Here's the VPIP numbers. Sam up at the top, 66%. Aardvark, 47%. Everybody else in the middle, high to mid 30s and high 20s is what I meant to say.
Give the cards a little wash here. Change things up. 3 knit buttons remaining. Looks like we've got a double straddle coming from flat white. Eager maybe to set himself up to put in a big raise and get rid of his knit button. Sam also eager to get rid of his knit button, bumping it up to 150 with 10-5 off.
Let me know if you come down in May again. I'll give you 100%. I'll give you my number
Before you leave tonight.
Yeah. We should all meet up there, Will, and Ethan in.
And this might just work. 10-5 off, taking it down, losing his knit button.
Worst poker player ever invented. Damn it.
And Sam does have well over 2,200 in his stack.
There's two of them. There's two of them. The one up by the park is really nice.
Nicely done.
It's super relaxing.
10-5 doesn't win you a lot of money, but whenever you can make it win, it's a good play.
Seems like the smart time to attack with that hand when Leeortz and flat white are both in the straddles. They're going to be last to act. They haven't been playing many hands. You know that they're probably on the tighter side, given that. Garrett with ace-7 now. Just going to limp in for the $10. Leeortz, though,
Gonna take a page out of Sam's playbook here.
not going quietly. 155 now. Garrett recognizing that Leeortz has a knit button that he wants to get rid of, but ace-7 not going to qualify as a good enough candidate.
That's
So
the beauty of the knit game. You saw a 10-5 win pre-flop and 10-3 win pre-flop.
yeah, absolutely awesome. Things like that just usually do not happen without something like that, without the knit game going on, you know. So flat white paying the knit tax again for the second time tonight, I believe. Maybe the third, but I
I
think
think he is, of the active players, the lowest VPIP, so he's being very selective tonight with his hands.
all you flat white fans in the chat, if you're friends with him, you're going to have to tell him, text him and tell him to get those numbers up. Luckily, the tax isn't too high in this game.
Well, and then of course there's a chance to get it back. Okay. Ace-8 against 9 deuce. Missing everybody on that one.
However, 9 deuce an avenue to take this pot down. as Sam does like to play any two. If he can recognize that Lateralis probably has not hit much on this 10-6-3 board, which he does.
Indeed, indeed.
Which he does. Lateralis does not have 3,400 in front of him either. He's got significantly less than that. I believe a pot he was involved in got pushed on the graphics to the wrong player, got pushed to him rather than, I bet it was the ace-jack versus the king-9.
He knows it's Sam, but it's really hard to make a decision for all your chips with an ace.
With ace-high right here on this board with no real redeeming qualities in way of a backup plan.
Yeah, no draws. Very backdoor, straight possibility, but certainly not something that you want to.
If he can find a call here, it would be the absolute sickest thing we've ever seen on the stream, but no, he
It's not to be.
cannot. Lateralis seeing the 9-deuce. Sam taking down that extra splash pot money. That was definitely part of Lateralis's consideration. So we welcome Keller to the game now, filling in this 2-seat. And we've got a double straddle on to 25, I believe, from Sam. King 8 of diamonds, good enough for Papa P to put in the call.
Yep, see what happens.
Put in the call and watch what develops after him. Keller making the call also. Stein coming along.
Welcome to the game.
Sam with Queen 10 bumps it up 125.
Wow.
Papa P going for the old limp re-raise here. And it does become $400 now.
I think aside from Keller, is probably going to do the job. But I forgot Sam's in, so.
Yeah, absolutely not. Sam has other ideas than that, Ben. So we'll see a flop here. Ace 6-6, 2 clubs. Both players completely whiffing here. Sam checks it. Papa P goes 250. What does Sam think of 250 here? He thinks that is enough to allow him to fold, is what he thinks. Lateralis making the call for $20 with the 5-4 of hearts. Garrett comes along with the 9-8 of clubs, and it's going to fold back around to Sam, it looks like. Sam going to bump it up with ace-king.
He's got the goods this time.
$150. Lateralis not going to be going anywhere after limping in. Does he want to try and do something like what we just saw from Papa P? The limp re-raise? No, he does not. Just making the call on Garrett now. Garrett
And now we got
going to
some money
be
in the
coming
pot.
along as well. We've got a pot brewing here. $500 in the pot almost as we go to a flop. King, Queen, 10, 2 diamonds. Great flop for Sam. Lateralis and Garrett both whiffing pretty hard here.
Sam in a commanding lead.
Sam's just going to rip it.
Wow.
Garrett and Lateralis both nothing to work with, but that rip can be very dangerous. That's a flop that could very well connect with the ranges that Lateralis and Garrett can have as far as hitting 2 pair and straights. They'll be there in that area pretty often, whether they had King Queen or King 10 or Queen 10 or Ace Jack, Jack 9. I mean, all of those very possible for Sam to run into whenever he makes a play like that. Ace King, top pair, top kicker is good percentage of the time, and there were 2 diamonds out there, so perhaps attacking, trying to get the most money he can into the pot versus something like a diamond draw, but
He may have also feared someone with an open ender,
yeah,
trying
something
to
like
push someone away from the
Queen,
draw.
Queen Jack or Jack 10, very possible for either player to have.
Some little pocket pairs going at it here. Flat white with 4s and Leeortz with the ducks. They're going to take a look at a flop.
How about a 4-deuce flop here? No, it comes 10-6-6.
So this is definitely a poker situation where you've got these pocket pairs that don't connect and not really aboard much of anything. We'll see who has the most courage to make their pocket pair be the winner.
Leeortz putting out a bet in a very awkward fashion, making it $66, also a interesting amount. Chosen perhaps for the 6s on the board. I'm not really sure where he came up with that $66 amount. It's the first one we've seen today that was not a 5 or a bet in an increment of 5s. Leeortz going to continue telling this story, however. Bets 120. Surprised he didn't make it 122. There's the Queen of Hearts on the river. Flat white still good with a pair of 4s.
That queen may slow the action down, though.
If Leeortz can put a bet in here, a sizable bet, looks like he's thinking about it. Eyeing down the stack of flat white to his left in the 1 seat. There's the bet. Let's see how much Leeortz is going for. Bet 500. Quick fold from flat white. So nicely done,
Yeah, very nice.
Leeortz, with the deuces. Getting a better hand to fold. Very great result.
I like those chips. They're good to shuffle. They're good shuffling chips. There's some other clubs that I play at that the chips aren't as nice in terms of shuffling. These have a nice weight to them, nice surface.
They've got a very good feel for sure. And Big thing that we like about them here is they're very legible. So calling bets and watching the action on the stream is very simple and easy to do compared to in other places. And number 65 as we move just past 10 o'clock Central Time here in Austin, Texas. Coming at you live from Red Star Card Room.
I wonder if they've forgotten about the Nick game.
Believe they will be starting a new one any second now. King, Queen, 9, 2 spades. Lateralis with 8 high spades. Checking it to Aardvark, who has 7 high clubs, 7-5 of clubs. Needs desperate help.
20 outer. Lots of cards help.
And the 9 of clubs is going to be one of them where these players will chop, both playing the board. Lateralis, can he put in a bet to get Aardvark off this hand? He is thinking of a bet, and we'll see how much he comes for. Something like 150 be my guess, 150, 175. He does go a little over that, so a little bit over the pot goes 200.
I don't think that's something Aardvark can call.
Tough spot, very polar bet from Lateralis as played. He's really either got 2 pair or he's playing the board. Cumulative winnings here again. You see Papa P up 4,200. Lateralis says he's up 1,700, but that is nearly impossible when he's sitting on 1,100 in his stack. So I think we're a little bit incorrect there. Lateralis down a bit tonight.
Papa P tearing it up.
But yeah, Papa P's number very, very close to correct. And he's the big winner so far in the game. Sam, who's in for multiple thousands, probably about even. He might be up a little bit even now. Looks like he's sitting on over 3,500 in his stack. Here we go. 7 deuce game is on like always. Flat white bumping it up $100 with the 7 deuce. Flat white has not played a hand in a while.
He's running into a lot of trouble on this one. Not a great time to get 7 deuce. Has anyone won the 7 deuce game this evening?
Yes, Leeortz won the 7 deuce bounty one time already.
Okay.
He also lost it one time already, the very first hand of the night. He lost with 7 deuce for his stack, so losing $1,000 in the hand. The time that he won with 7 deuce, I think he made the extra $200 from the table and maybe 100 or so from the pot.
I think we may see a raise coming here from Sam.
Here we go, flat white. Putting on the pressure with the 7 deuce. And we'll see if this works out for him. Sam may fold to this action. Looks like he's going to. Sam laying it down, and Lateralis probably not too happy about this, but it's not really all that much more for him to call once he's already got 375 out there. It's a good portion of his stack. Can he suss out that by some miracle he is actually way ahead?
He clearly is sensing something.
I think he's going to let it go if he's thinking this long, and he does let it go. Lays it down, flat white, finally finding a spot.
You hear the cheer go up from
I was like, nobody had aces all night so far.
Nice pot for flat white, who has lost the net game at least 2 times tonight, maybe even 3 already. Somehow finding a way to win with 7 deuce.
I love seeing it. I love seeing the 7 deuce take it down.
It's always fun. It's funny how sometimes the 7 deuce game is on and nobody gets 7 deuce at all. Other times, 7 deuce gets dealt like every other hand, it feels like. I recall a time a few years ago I was playing on a stream and 7 deuce game was on, and I don't think we saw the 7 deuce in 4 hours on the stream. In the very first hand after the stream, I think I was dealt 7 deuce like 3-4 hands in a row, it felt like. For sure, in that first orbit. 7 deuce game was no longer on. So I didn't play it. Garrett with king queen of diamonds now. Bumps it up, 150 bucks. Come on, Papa P. Water's warm, Garrett says. Nope. I'm going to keep eating my Cheetos. It's getting orange dust all over the cards. Come on, Papa P.
Here we go. Nick game number
4, I think. Might be 5. I lose count every night, every week. I lose count. I should just start to write down Nick game 1, Nick game 2, and who wins it. But
Do you like the new knit buttons?
yeah, I like them because they're not the same as the all-in buttons. The yellow knit buttons can be tough whenever
That's true.
there's all-ins and things. You see we had those yellow buttons, and
Yeah, it's hard to miss those knit buttons.
yeah, these are just as flamboyant out on the felt with the red color as opposed to the yellow, but very visible.
Well, we get to start our new knit game with some hands that will likely result in some substantial action here. Pocket queens, king 9 suited, ace queen.
Yeah, here we go. Aardvark going to be putting a squeeze in here. How much does he want to make it is the question. 400 it looks like. 350, excuse me. Garrett's out of the way with the ace nine of clubs, and Leeortz has jacks. We've got a big one.
The hits keep coming. Did I see that Garrett folded ace queen?
Garrett folded ace nine of clubs,
nine.
I believe. But we are about to make our way into a $3,500 pot at least.
So here's our first all in. Very
Leeortz
likely
all
not
in
our
for
last.
yeah, not our last for sure. Leeortz all in for 1,800. Stein assessing the situation, wondering if his queens can ever be good.
He may be worried as well about the action behind him.
Yeah, he's got Sam and Lateralis to worry about, not just Aardvark. Aardvark already has shown strength by putting in the 3-bet to 350. Stein, I feel, is leaning towards laying this down
that
at
would
the
be-
moment. Be the second time that we'd seen queens laid down pre-flop tonight, both in similar multi-way situations. This is a similar situation that we saw earlier, and he lays it down too. So
Really, really amazing.
my mind is blown tonight. 2 laydowns with pocket queens. Both times queens were the best hand at that time. We might see Sam just call here with the king 9 of spades. He might say he wants to gamble. Does not, though. Looked like he was going to get in there, perhaps. Aardvark with ace queen. Now wondering what he really wants to do. The ace queen it has 2 overs to Leeortz's jacks, obviously. So he'll be looking for an ace or a queen immediately should he call. And we also know that 2 queens were burned from Stein's hand and the ace was burned from Garrett's hand. So he's lacking in the out department.
At the same time, it's a fresh knit game. And I'm sure Aardvark knows that there are any number of hands that could be going all in.
I think we just have to flick in the call with ace queen here when we already have 350 invested into the pot.
I agree.
Frankly, I'm a bit surprised to see him tanking this long on this decision. Here comes the call. No.
Little tease.
Little teaser. May have spoken too soon. Back to thinking. Back to the drawing board. Let's see what he comes up with now. Is he going to lay down the ace queen? He's going to lay down the ace queen.
Wow.
Leeortz showing jacks. Stein going to be in disbelief.
It's a tough one. You know, the queens with all the action behind you.
Stein would have flopped top set. The 1-outer top set. Aardvark shaking his head like, I would have won if I called with the ace queen. Stein, however, the one that's really tilted, finding out that he had by far and away the best hand and would have flopped top set, turned top boat. And had both players dead simultaneously. Stein may need to take a walk after that one.
Yeah, it looks like he has the grief hood up over his face.
Yep, absolutely he does. The second time tonight we've seen queens folded. First time, results-wise, was actually correct. I wouldn't say that it was necessarily a correct fold.
I don't know. I think in the knit game, queens is pretty much just an always call.
We're pretty much sticking our stack in. If you have it, you have it type situation most of the time. Especially on a stream, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've watched and been on this stream enough to know that queens are almost always going to be good when the knit game is on, which is almost all the time. On the rare occasion that someone has it, you get another bullet.
Yep. That's the beautiful thing about cash games. You can just get more money and put it on the table when you bust. Here we go. Lateralis and Aardvark now all in. Aardvark maybe a little bit tilted.
Yeah,
after
he's
seeing that queen high flop, doing a little steamy. Little steamy. Here we go. Ace 3 of diamonds for Aardvark, still in the lead, but Lateralis going to turn a king. Aardvark needs a jack or an ace, but cannot find it. Lateralis now taking down a $1,400 pot. And getting rid of his knit button.
I keep doing it. It's like, what are you talking about? I know that.
All his upside. He has all of Iowa Matt's money and it's making him crazy.
That way.
I'm just amazed at how he always hits.
Oh, I won against you earlier. I had King Deuce versus Queen 3.
And he almost lost. He almost won. He flopped the 3.
You're like professor number 2.
Oh, wow, that's a huge insult. Don't let that.
So I heard you've been playing a lot recently.
I have been playing a lot of poker this last week and change. Lots of stuff going on in the Austin area.
Any big wins?
No. Big losses only, unfortunately. But tomorrow's a new day.
I haven't started it in 3 years. I'm sure it's great.
A couple suited aces here. Sam bumps it up to 45. Papa P's going to come along for the ride or maybe even bump it up himself.
Yeah, Papa P actually has a great 3-bet bluffing hand here. I think, especially with the Nick game going on.
And another ace little.
Garrett's hits the muck, however. Sam
There's
will
the
not.
last ace.
The last ace gone, as well as another little card, a 3.
So, 360 bridge. We were in a freaking thunderstorm. Pulling a boat out there. Lightning hit the bridge above us as we were pulling the boat out.
Sam in a command, well, I guess maybe not so commanding, but with 2 diamonds on the board.
And had to go the whole freaking length of the lake.
Papa P with the pair, middle pair, top kicker.
Didn't vote. So they were like, oh, this is fun.
We have a high point right now. This is not. We have a co-op, so we don't have like the wave surf and all that. We just have a co-op.
And drills another 4 on the turn. Sam's going to lead out again.
Yeah, Sam with the diamonds, though, and a draw to the wheel. They get 400. Papa P going nowhere. Do they play a big all-in pot here?
I think it may get there.
Wow, Papa P just making the call, surprisingly. Sam not going to slow down. Here we go. Another $400, it looks like. 450 was the bet. Papa P with the quick call, taking down a $2,100 pot, and that one could have easily gone
Yeah, I was expecting
$4,500. Sam shaking his head as if he didn't just lose the minimum.
Papa P moving up towards a stack of 6,000. Continues his winning ways.
Well, you know, Paul, we play against ranges, Paul, not just the exact hand our opponent has.
Wait, what? What are y'all talking about?
Maybe you can only ever.
As we take a look at hand 71.
Papa P, $5,600 in his stack now. Beautiful looking stack, building some towers. Love a mountain of chips on the table. Looks so good optically for the stream.
You know you want him to color up and get a nerd or 2 out there, though.
I do like the look of the nerd chips, those being the $500 lavender chips that look like a box of the great nerds from the 90s, if you're old enough to know about that. Stein against Sam. Sam just 3 high. The dirty diaper going to let it go. Stein getting rid of his knit button with Jack 6. Stein, one of the nittier guys that play this game on the regular, but finding a way tonight to not be at the bottom of the VPIP list we see here. Stein at 26%, but flat white still below him. Keller, who just got in the game, at 20%, and Professor somehow still being clocked as receiving hands, so his VPIP was not 20%, I don't believe. Or perhaps he left us at 20% and it's stayed there. I'm not positive.
Yeah, I think it's when I've seen the VPIP numbers on the previous displays, it still had him up there at 20. So I think it's just locked in.
It's locked in. So he did leave us at 20. He does give Stein a lot of needling for being at that 19%, 20% mark often. So
Sure.
Professor may be going to be getting a taste of his own medicine from Mr. Stein.
Stein with a respectable VPIP tonight at 26%, though.
Yes. Garrett bumps it up with ace queen, making it $60. Flat white on the button. Joining in on the fun, but I believe bumping it up as well to 240. It does.
Garrett not going away, though, and
putting all his chips in. Flat white. Getting a good price, but going to lay it down. Garrett gets rid of his nip button, wins a couple extra $100 off of flat white there.
Oh, you're gonna do it, yeah. I'm probably gonna get one.
Ever going to do
No, someone did it last time.
Two people did it last time.
But why? There's zero value.
Well,
I just did it.
There's zero value in you doing it though with 7-2s. So why would it? I
What do
mean,
you mean? Like zero value and
like if you actually had 7 deuce, why would you offer your?
So it looks like we're down to the final three in the nit game. Flat white, Sam, and Aardvark still holding their nit buttons. So we'll likely start seeing a little bit wider ranges and aggressive play from those players, I would expect.
Yeah, Sam will be in every pot from now until he loses his nit button, I imagine.
Oh, I apologize. Keller also has his nit button. It was obscured by his hand.
Yeah, Keller hasn't played a hand yet since he sat down, except for when he limp folded pocket eights.
Yes.
I'm not talking about your position, but the person paying you. Why would you?
You're just saying you don't think you could ever be bluffing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're smarter than most people. I think
Aardvark going to open 45 with 10-6.
The nit button makes you do crazy things. Here it is. Prime example. Flat white, though, a very playable hand in the cutoff, making the call. Keller, a very playable hand on the button, also making the call. Stein going to be squeezing this king-queen offsuit, though. Excuse me, just making the call. Wants to let Sam do his bidding, I imagine. Sam, will he fall into this trap that Stein has tried to let? No, he will not. Papa P, what's he have? 9-4 offsuit, may just be good enough to call. No, he thinks better of it.
I'll take it. A lifetime of happiness.
Not sure I would take.
5 ways to a flop here. Comes 8-6-5. Everybody with a piece here except Stein with the best hand. So
Flat white and Keller in charge.
both Sam and Aardvark making a pair with 10-6. Flat white with top pair and a gut shot straight draw to the 9. Keller with no pair but open-ended straight draw and backdoor spades. 10 high. Sam has bet 100. Aardvark's called. What does flat white want to do? Looks like he's counting out some raising chips. Makes it 350.
I definitely want to take advantage of that top pair in a 5-way pot while you still can, hoping that no one else got a piece of that.
Now Keller with a decision. Does he want to rip it and gamble here? Yes, he does. So here we go. That's going to get Sam and Aardvark out of the way, I imagine, and it'll be back on flat white, who once he's raised to 350, he's likely not folding to Keller's all in for this amount. And he has made the call, so Tanya getting us a count of Keller's stack, flat white, matching that amount, and we are going to see a turn in a
2K
river.
plus pot.
Another $2,000 pot, that's right. They're running it twice. Of Keller's 10 outs in the immediate future, many are gone. However, 4 spades is going to help him pick up the straight and lock that one. Can he do it again? It's a question. Queen of Hearts is no help.
Yeah, it looks like this one's
9 high
chop.
flush for flat white on the second board, so they will chop it up, but Keller winning the first board will get rid of his nit button. So good result for Keller. See these stacks here in this shot. Sam with just over 2,000 in his stack. Papa P with over 5,000, 6,000 close to it in his stack in the 5 seat.
I believe we are down to our last 2 in the nit game.
We have our
Sam and Aardvark.
final 2 nits, Sam and Aardvark here.
So expect to see some fireworks. Possibly on this hand, but definitely in the next upcoming hands. And Aardvark gonna let it go for his whole stack with Jack 8.
I don't think that we'll see Sam fold here. Unless we see a lot more action in front. Oh no, so see I thought that might have been the case. I thought flat white was supposed to still have a button.
Oh, I see. He discarded his nit button on that pot, not realizing that the chop pot, only the first.
Aardvark now feels like an idiot for ripping $700 with Jack high under the gun.
A little bit of a controversy.
He's a little bit I think he might be a little bit upset. May have even said something.
Yeah.
I'm not positive. $600. Okay. Looks like they're gonna let him
Interesting.
take that back and fold.
Okay.
A little gentleman's agreement there, perhaps. But a funny situation nonetheless, because
So just to recap that, they ran it twice on the previous hand, and with the nit game rules, the first hand that wins loses their nit button, but the second hand that wins does not lose their nit button if they still have it. And I think flat
when
white thought that he had lost his nit button by virtue of chopping that pot.
yeah, either that or Tanya had just grabbed it unknowingly as well, but it was only Keller who got rid of his by winning that first run out. And we may see an all-in here from between Sam and Lateralis. This will be a sizable pot when Sam makes this call inevitably.
Yeah, I don't see Sam
$2,800 pot, almost
going away on this.
$3,000 pot. Sam already has $500 invested and gets to win a lot when he holds and or gets there. by way of a straight. Calling for one time, looks like.
Max Payne, as they say.
Another 4. Doesn't really change anything.
But a 9.
But it does help him win when Lateralis does find a 9. So the trip 4 is going to take that pot. Another nice pot tonight going Sam's way. Sam still stuck a little bit of money, though, I think. However, it's a welcome sight to see chips going in his direction, I know. He's a fan of that. And Lateralis has grabbed some more chips. Looks like he's gotten 1,000 maybe.
Yeah, he's had to reload a couple times tonight. Had some unfortunate outcomes.
Alright, we got a 20 straddle seat 8.
Vast majority of time.
Still have 2 nits.
So now we are down to our final 2 knit buttons. Flat white and aardvark.
We'll see what Aardvark does here. He seemed like he was going to go a little bit crazy, knowing that he may have to pay the knit tax. Flat white, bumping it up with $80, a very playable 8-7 of spades. It's folded around to Lateralis now. He's out of there. Aardvark all in. He's going crazy, like we said.
He's got the ace.
Does have an ace, so happy to do it with this hand. Much better than the Jack-8 offsuit that he was willing to get in under the gun previously. Garrett going to let go of the queen high, and now it's on flat white, but he's just going to let it go, and he's going to pay the knit tax again for the 4th time tonight, 3rd time tonight. I mean, flat white truly knitting it up.
Yeah. Very surprising. Suited connectors.
A little bit surprised to see
close
that
the
one.
action to just let it go and
that
pay the
one
knit
go,
tax.
especially given the history of, we saw him, I mean, obviously we saw what hand he shoved, but it was clear to the table also that he was very weak whenever he found out that flat white still had a knit button, that he wanted to take the chips back and fold. We should be a clear sign that he was doing it aggressively for the knit game and not out of strength. So surprised to see flat white let it go, even if he was purveying strength. 7-8 suited is going to be doing not too bad against most hands. So here's the splash pot, courtesy of flat white.
Leeortz just going to limp, see what happens.
Flat white going to limp as well, trying to recoup the money he has out there. Both Leeortz and flat white have hearts. Keller folded 2 hearts. Sam has the 5 of hearts. Makes it
no
$250.
No way you're going to
5-4
pay.
offsuit. He's trying to play a big pot and charge these guys. Aardvark waking up with pocket 8s, and he's going to let it go. Oh, my goodness. What are we watching here tonight, Ben? Garrett waking up with ace-queen, puts it all in.
We're watching the knit game tonight.
It has been, there's been some mind-blowing folds tonight.
1,055.
So Garrett all in for what the graphic calls 1,045, and that looks to be correct. Back to Leeortz now with the ace-10 of hearts. What does he think of all this action?
Well, again, he's got to be concerned about the action behind him.
Absolutely. Ace-10 not doing so well, but he is going to lay it down. Does Sam want to gamble for about $750? I think he will. Garrett will be in great shape here, but
But it's
Sam has live cards.
and he has the knack.
He's counted out calling chips, it looks like. I think he's going to say, why not? Let's go. Got 250 out there.
He came to play.
Kiss it goodbye, he says one time before he calls. Love it. He's having a good time. He knows he's in rough shape, but here we go. 5-4 versus ace-queen. Garrett, I'm sorry, buddy, but I got to root for Sam here. One time with the 5-4. Love to see him getting it in. 5-4. No help yet for Sam. Whew. Looked like it was going to be. Can he find a river? No. Garrett joined to just make the nuts instead, so nice pop for Garrett.
Sam giving a little something back.
All in good fun. He's all smiles. He knows he got caught a little bit there, but he likes to play hands like that and be good for the stream, so.
We thank you, Sam.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that if he wants to come play, we'll make a seat. We'll make a seat happen for sure. Not even many guys at this table would ever be in there with 5-4 off like that. So Sam getting a little bit of favoritism for that. So for all of you listening right now in the chat, when you don't get invited to games and you don't get a seat in games, remember, perhaps it's a reflection of how you're playing, your play style. Be likable at the table, be action, have fun.
And donk as much as possible.
If you can lose money, that's a plus.
Papa P up, taking down a little one pre-flop here with ace-8 suited. Adding to his impressive stack.
I think we may see, my prediction anyway for the next, or I should say for this last part of the stream, is that we're going to see Papa P play some hands that he may not normally, and apply some pressure to all these other players. Stein with the 7 deuce. We haven't seen it in a while. Can he find a way to win? Papa P now exactly what I mentioned. Coming in with 6-3 of hearts.
Yeah.
I think we will see him play a lot of hands. Aardvark coming in with Jack Deuce, the Choctaw Nuts. Back to Leeortz who folds and to Flat White who lays it down. 4 ways to a flop, $50 each, 214 in the middle.
This is quite a motley crew of hands.
Ace, ace, queen. Sam flopping best with queen 9, but can't be too comfortable. Stein going to go ahead and take some initiative with the 7 deuce. Bets 85. Sam not going to be going anywhere, but Stein can definitely win this one if he keeps
Applying.
the foot on the gas.
Yeah, keep putting some pressure on it.
Great.
He's got the heart draw now,
Great
too.
card for him to continue with this. And he does pick a sizable amount. 300 looks to be the number, or 275, excuse me. That might just do it. Sam thinks better of it, it looks like. He is in folding formation. There it is.
Nicely done.
An extra
Nice.
$200 going to the 3 seat. He is yet to show his hand, but there it comes. $200.
Pay up, gang.
There's all smiles from Mr. Stein.
There really is a little better feeling than rolling over that 7 deuce.
Oh, it is one of the
collecting.
best. So fun.
On stream a couple months ago, I got 7 deuce twice in a row and got paid both times on the stream. I think that was my favorite stream moment.
Nice. I love that. Love to see the 7 deuce get paid. I just like that we keep it on every stream, basically. It's not something that happens all too often, really. But when it does happen,
What do you think, Chad?
oh
You
my
like-
gosh, Stein with the same
Oh,
seven deuce
again.
combo.
We're just talking about getting 7 deuce 2 hands in a row.
The same 7 deuce combo. Here we go. Can he do it? Sam making the call with 4 deuce.
I was asking the chat what they think about the 7 deuce game. Do y'all like the 7 deuce game?
I think they love it. Aardvark.
Well, chime in. Cam's speaking for you, saying that you love it.
They love it. Aardvark making it 200 with pocket queens. Keller now with pocket nines. It may be tough for Mr. Stein to continue with the 7 deuce here, depending on what decision Keller makes. Keller lays it down.
Wow.
Come on, Stein. Make the call. Nope, he lays it down. Not going to go for it twice. I knew he was in it.
Oh, yeah, so your hands per hour is just skyrocketed.
But Sam coming in with 4 deuce.
Andrew Ortega making a valid point in the chat, saying it should be 400 if he gets there this time. Yeah, I agree. I think that
Oh, yeah, that's a good...
if you win with 7 deuce back to back, particularly, you get paid double. That would be a good incentive. Stein may have definitely played the 7 deuce there.
I think that's a great idea.
Lateralis putting out a bet here with the open ender and a king to boot, but Aardvark going to rip it for what the graphic calls 539. Somewhere around that number. It looks like it's 512 if I am correct. So
And we've got...
not enough for Lateralis to ever fold.
Because people were doing that, there was a strategy. Some people started 3-betting and 4-betting light.
No, the strategy was to take the fuck out of the button.
Queen would be a spicy turn.
Indeed it would.
But people started adjusting those, started 3-betting light.
And how about a river?
Wow, Lateralis getting there on the river. Really wanted to see the queen on the turn, personally. I think that may be it for Aardvark on the night.
Yeah, I think
Find out.
Aardvark was having a rough night. But a lot of...
Maybe
A lot
not.
of
Maybe he's licking the wounds, thinking about it, finding out. What is the higher power telling him to do? It's got him reaching, it looks like, into his pocket. Shaking his head a bit. He still has his card protector coin on the table, his drink in the cup holder.
It's so tough when you're in the lead like that, strong favorite, and especially when you've been getting beat up all night. But it does look like he decided to call it a night, which may be for the best. Sometimes you're not in the right mindset when you lose a hand like that, or you're just having a tough night, maybe not in the best mindset to make the best decision. So sometimes better to just walk away and cut your losses.
Papa P opens it up. Ace Jack. Garrett with pocket nines, not going to be folding. Makes the call. Leeortz with queen 8 of diamonds coming along. Sam raising whatever that amount is.
He doesn't like the blue chips.
Tanya very happy to count all of them. 50, 135, 140, I believe is the amount. 150.
Okay. Oh, my apologies. Aardvark is back. He was just going to the cage to
He is
to
back.
reload.
Papa
Just hoping
P.
it turns around a little bit for him.
Like to see him win a pot here and at least double that up and have some chips to work with. We'll find out. what happens, but Papa P makes it 400. Sam making the call. King, queen, 3. Sam flopping top pair.
Decide to check it around.
He's going to put a big bet out there. Going to put Papa P to the test. Sam says $1,000. Papa P actually with a pretty strong hand in this spot and facing this bet, I feel like, but decides to let it go. Sam looked like he wanted to show for a second. He was grabbing the card to show him, and then he's like, nah. Just pushed it in the muck instead. Said he didn't want to give him, seemed like he didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing that he had top pair.
Hand 81, Papa P. Looks down at 3 deuce. Garrett opening up with ace-jack suited. Leeortz going to come along for the ride. Stein going to be in with jack 9, and Sam is going to bump it up to 250 with queen jack suited. And there it goes. Garrett putting it all in with ace-jack suited.
Thanks, man.
So we'll see what Sam decides to do here. Just rolls him over and
here we go.
Puts it in.
$4,600 pot. Garrett in a commanding lead has Sam dominated. Sam having the hearts and Garrett with the spades. I think they're going one time. Sam needs a queen. Now needs a 10. Can you find a 10? Does not find a 10. So Sam
$4,600 pot.
Going
Heading
Garrett's way. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Garrett, early in the booth with me at the start of the stream, predicted we may see some 4K, 5K pots, perhaps a $6,000 pot when the lineup was set and the guys were here at the table with Professor and Iowa Matt. After those two left with some money, Iowa Matt was down over 3,500, I believe, and
He was
I
visualizing his own victory.
perhaps I kind of thought, you know, at the time that the hopes and dreams of seeing a 5K pot tonight had diminished drastically, but I've been proven wrong as we see almost a 5K pot right there that goes Garrett's way. Garrett has been very fortunate in those spots tonight where he can get it all in and be dominating the other hand that he's against, and holding for that matter. Always nice, though, when we're a big favorite to begin the hand anyway. And we might have a face-off between two
Ducks and crabs.
bottom of the barrel pairs here. Yeah, the ducks versus the crabs. Who will win in a fight? Did see a 2 folded from one of the hands, so Garrett down to just 1 out. Keller, who raised, going to put in a
Not scared of the ace.
C-bet. Garrett likely laying that one down now. He does.
Shows it anyway.
Shows the hand, thinking, oh, look, this was a bluff. I was putting in a bet on ace 10 with pocket threes and getting you to fold something
He said,
with
I know you
higher
have a lower
cards,
pair.
with higher cards than my threes. But Garrett, seeing that and laughing to himself, nobody actually. I had pocket twos. Leeortz with ace 10 of hearts now. Bumps it up $55. Sam all in with ace 7.
About to see the bad news that
Leeort's not going to be folding for this. I believe it's less than 366. Oh, no, it is 366. I missed the other 2 stacks of green. One time they say Leeort's in great shape now. Ace for both players, but 10 kicker still in the lead. Now some chop outs. But they do not come. Aces and 5s with a 10 kicker going to play for Leeortz. And I think that's going to do it for our friend Sam. Good plan, sir.
always fun to watch. Always fun to watch a hand that Sam is in. Unless you happen to be in it with him, and then it's sometimes terrifying.
Right. No, he can be very, very scary to play against. He forces you to show up with good hands time and time again, and then, as does every poker player, occasionally he winds up with a playable hand himself, becoming even more dangerous at that point because he's so unpredictable.
He makes it very difficult to put him on a hand.
Leeortz is going to play this one by starting it out with a raise with the Queen Jack of clubs. $35, I believe, to be the amount. Papa P out of there. Lateralis makes the fold, and let's see what Aardvark decides to do.
He's going to come along.
Jack 9 of offsuit. Good enough for a call, he says. Another case where the player is dominated in the face-off. Leeortz started reaching for chips, and Aardvark threw his hand into the muck. Didn't even care to find out how many chips were going to go into the pot from Leeortz. It did not matter. He was going to fold. So here we go, a nit game, and I suspect this is going to be
The final nit game.
the final nit game of the night and the end of the stream at that point, once we reach the conclusion of this nit game.
This has been a really good stream to watch. For the players that have the big stacks in front of them, I'm sure they would say it's a great stream for them to play on as well. But it's been really great seeing some of these really good multi-way pots and some really sizable pots. Good action game tonight.
So with 8 players at the table, we've got to get rid of eight nit buttons and have the splash pot. We've got at least 9 hands to go for the night, I imagine. So we reach hand number 85 right here, excuse me. Stein bumps it up with pocket twos to $50. Papa P making the call with Jack 10 of spades.
What's the typical number of hands that you get in on a stream night?
Between 20 and 25 an hour typically on the stream, so
Good flop for Papa P.
very good flop for Papa P, but Stein not going to slow down, wants to get rid of his nip button, and he has 2 pair, so why not? Papa P likely to just make the call here. Unless
No, I'm just going to get to work on it now.
does not want to play it slow, wants to try and get as much money in as possible as quickly as possible. Let's see what Stein thinks of it. Stein likely going to make the call as well. No, he's going to lay it down. Correct lay down from Mr. Stein.
Yeah, I think with the 2 clubs out there and the straight draw possibilities, maybe a good idea to raise it up and kind of see where you are instead of slow playing it and letting someone catch up. Especially when you still got a nit button in front of you, just maybe better to win it now and get rid of your nit button.
Yep, I agree with that completely. Andrew Ortega in the chat saying great stream and great commentary. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you hanging out and watching tonight. Seeing Leeortz have a decent night as well. Happy to see that. Stein with pocket 8s now. Big thank you to Mr. Ben Post, a frequent player in the game, helping me out tonight for the latter half of the stream. And Garrett was back here for the first part of the stream before he went in and got a seat in the game. So big thanks to them, and huge thank you to the staff at Red Star as well as the stream staff in the production booth, doing a great job tonight with the graphics on the screen and the camera work and keeping the game very tight. Doing a great job with the stream for you guys, making some great poker content to watch. So thank you to them. If you haven't yet, please go like the stream and subscribe to the channel. As we are winding down tonight, we're going to see a interesting pot here. Stein with 8s, Papa P with 6s, both players with an overpair on 5-5-4. Looks like they're checking it over to Lateralis, who has 2 pair of himself.
Some backdoor diamonds to go along with it.
Lateralis with a 4 in his hand, a king kicker.
Oh.
Looks like he's ripping it.
Wow.
And we have action. Stein quickly lets it go with the 8s. So Lateralis recognizing the situation and getting the best hand at the moment to fold.
He has not let his 6s go yet. And he's counting his chips, seeing what his stack would look like. Minus the $1,600 call. Trying to look into Lateralis' soul.
Tough spot.
But he lets it go.
Both Papa P and Stein going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Lateralis getting away with one there.
Once again, the magic of the nit game.
The nit game driving him to play that hand that way in the first place, but the aggression really working out.
was a little bit of
Stein would
rabbit hunting.
have turned an 8. He already had it more or less locked up.
Yeah, really, really hard to call in that spot in between two hands. Maybe Papa P can make the call, but when you're in between like that, it's really, really difficult unless you just have, trips or you flopped a straight or something like that, or you've got 20 outs to put the call in.
That was pretty good, like physical skating, trying to get everything done. Could you tell how nervous he was? He was super nervous.
Super nervous.
You couldn't even tell.
Until actually I felt he was.
20 straddle.
It was a big bet. I was wondering if he would.
That SPR?
100% felt he was.
That SPR, I'm going to show.
Too much of a pussy to
We're going to see,
2x overbet.
well, maybe we're not going to see. I was expecting to see some more action on this one.
25. That's basically a 2x
Leeortz in, raising it up to 80.
overbet.
Listen, I'm right. Y'all are both wrong.
Keller's got a knit button, so he's going to come along.
We got action. 5 in the window. 5-4-4, very similar to the last flop that was 5-5-4. Leeortz not going to play this slow at all. Going full pot here, 175 into 170. Keller with just ace high. A non-believer.
Not ready to give up just yet.
Needs to find an ace or a 6.
Anything less?
Always what I'm trying to do is figure out, like, where's the tough decision now? What do I need to do?
Realistically.
Is that a similar flop to the last one? That was the last.
So that's 500, 290.
Leeortz going 500 now.
Chunky
Keeping
bet here.
the pressure on.
Probably gonna get Keller to let it go.
Yeah, this ought to shut it down now, and it does. Leeortz taking down a nice pot there
My tank on the flop was I was thinking about betting.
with 5 deuce.
Bet out. It made me
Offsuit. Thanks to the Nick game. Building big pots.
Since
Yeah,
1987.
since exactly, just like you said. Nick game more of a recent phenomenon. I know when it was brought to Texas a few years back as the stand-up game, there was a player that I played with, and we started playing it here in Austin. It made its way onto the streams here, and ever since, just about every stream has adopted the Nick game into their rotation or some variant of it.
Yeah, we experimented a couple months ago on the stream with the reverse knit game, where you actually get a button every time you win a pot, and then once you've played a preset number of hands, whoever doesn't have a knit button pays those who do have
Correct,
knit
yeah.
buttons.
Often referred to as the squid game as well.
The squid game, yes.
So Garrett getting rid of his knit button now. Yeah, I actually like that a little bit better personally. I think it can drive the action, and it actually makes more money for those players that can collect the buttons typically.
Right.
You may have a player that collects 4 or 5 buttons or more during that time, which you have 10 that you're going to put out or whatever the number is.
It also, the squid game helps you, since it has a fixed number of hands, it helps you avoid the situation where you maybe...
The game drags out forever. And yeah.
Or if you lose a player and the player's waiting to come in, they have to wait until the previous Nick game completes.
Sure. Here we see Lateralis with aces. Uh-oh, Keller in trouble with 10s.
Yeah, we're going to see some sparks fly on this hand.
He raises to 150.
Papa P, who limped in with the King Jack offsuit, facing a raise and a 3-bet. What does he want to do? He's going to let it go. Lateralis
Probably sizing up a stack.
taking a gander, wondering what he's got to work with. Perhaps doing a little bit of Hollywood, trying to make it seem like he doesn't have something. There's
Just a
the
modest raise.
4-bet, and we are going to see an all-in pot here, I believe. Unless
Yeah, I think-
Keller finds a fold by some miracle.
And he does indeed put it all in.
Ah, it's a 4-bet, 5-bet, aces, conundrum.
Once or twice.
Whatever you want.
After the king 5 or king 4 bluff, he has aces. Works out pretty well for you.
This is how it works.
This is how
This is literally
That is why it
this
is.
is why
This is the way.
this is why I get called all the time.
I think they're just going to run it once.
Food against me every time.
Put a 10 out there one time.
A 10 does not come.
It's required.
We have another chance to get a 10.
So sorry, they are running it twice.
One more 10. Come on, 10.
Still looking for a 10.
Swear to God.
Last chance. Does not come.
Yeah.
So Lateralis is going to scoop with his aces.
I do it I have it every time. Every single time I bet I have
Either
it.
have aces or king 4s. Nobody does that.
You just imperfect.
Yeah, I haven't really.
You're imperfect.
Looks like Keller's coming back in
We have group chats. Leo's dumb, don't let him.
to avoid paying the nit tax.
Let's go on a boat with them. We're down to go boating.
Looks like we are just down to 3 nit buttons at this point. Keller flat white and Aardvark.
Are you cool with green color?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, we got it.
Only have 200 back there, so I
You can just put it back there for now.
Keller back in for 1,000.
And your whites too. If you guys could bring 1,000 in black, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sorry, it looks like Stein also still has his nit button. It's obscured by his head.
Yes, please, thank you. 6 4.
I thought you had queens. I think you had aces.
Hand number 90.
8 folds. 9
But I
folds.
like calling you. When you have aces and your opponent goes on and calling.
1 raises to 50. 2 folds.
You also had a big telly for flat.
Flat white bumping it up to 50 with ace 9.
What I'm saying, that's
5 folds 50.
Stein's going to come along with king 9 as well as Papa P with a couple suited cards. And straight away hits top pair.
Now you go.
Going to lead out for 75.
1 and 3 folds.
To deny nit game button removal for the other 2 players in that hand.
That would have been a $4,100 pot had I called.
even before the splash. Oh, you're good. Do your thing.
Thanks again for joining us on the Red Star Social Wednesday night stream. I'm Ben. I go by BP while I'm playing. But thanks to Red Star Social and to Cameron for having me on tonight in the booth to comment on the game. It's been really exciting tonight watching these big pots. A lot of good action here at Red Star Social. If you're considering coming down and playing, we invite you to come down and join the stream.
5 calls 50.
Papa P with pocket kings. And Keller coming along. Sorry, Keller raising, Papa P coming along with his kings.
I mean, he's literally been. Professor's been texting me for like a week and a half. Thinking it's gonna end. It's good. No, it's not. It's not. Crazy, bro. I mean, it's all good.
Going to bump it up to 85, and that's going to shut it down. Again, preventing the release of a knit button. Papa P is the knit button defender.
First you gotta make it through the parking lot. Bad joke. Bad joke.
That's the worst part. Luckily here at Red Star, we've got
I'm 6 high.
Lateralis will escort you to your car.
If you're checking behind, I don't think you're continuing.
He's already got the button, he's just gonna tax collect there. We'll escort.
Pocket sevens for Keller. Going to put in the open to 55. Papa P going to continue to defend with his king queen, but Lateralis is probably going to bump it up here with Big Slick. No, just calls. So we're going to see a flop three ways.
Try to bluff it off to me again.
All the chips in it. Let's go for it.
Please bluff it off to me again.
That's the opposite of going all in, Paul.
All spades, 5-4 deuce. Keller with pocket sevens here. In the lead at the moment, but vulnerable to a hand specifically like the one Lateralis is holding. Just making the call. Lateralis checks it to Keller. What does Keller want to do here? Does he continue telling the story with his overpair?
I think with his knit button, this might, well, I was going to say push it, but instead he checks.
I'm a bit surprised to see that check. Now, Lateralis may think he has the best hand, though. Keller with the sevens, very vulnerable on that turn, but remained the best hand. Lateralis going to go something big here, like 400, I imagine, 500 even, overbet. Putting Keller in a tough spot. Had Keller just bet the turn, he may not be in this position now. But 500, a big chunk of Keller's stack. If he can make the call off, however, he will win a $1,400 pot.
He does it.
Makes the
He
call.
finds the call.
Good call, Keller.
And finally gets to lose his knit button.
Relinquishes his knit button, makes a few hundred extra bucks as well in the process. So, flat white with a knit button, Aardvark with a knit button. I believe those are the last two
I think
knit
Stein
buttons.
still has his knit button.
Okay, maybe
as well.
Stein as well. Blocked by that big head of his in front of the camera here.
I think he may have sewn the knit button on his hoodie.
There it is. He has a knit button. Tanya also flips a 3 of spades, it looked like, while she was sending his cards to him. So likely getting an upgrade, however, Stein laughing, so perhaps got a downgrade. It's funny how that happens. I remember recently I was playing in a game and dealer flipped a 3 on me and I mentioned out loud, oh, I'm getting an upgrade for sure, and I got a deuce.
You gave voice to the universe, and it
I-
said, nope.
I had to tell the dealer how terrible they were. that they couldn't find an upgrade in that instance. That's tough to do.
Couple aces on the board. Flat white with 6-5 and Papa P puts it in with, I'm sorry, flat white bets and Papa P folds big lick. No.
Nope, opposite.
Opposite of that.
Flat white
The
checks.
graphic, it looked like it
Yeah.
showed flat white betting, but
Yep, no, flat white
believe the
checks.
table.
Flat white checks, Papa P bets and takes it down, I believe. That's something that's, the graphics department is a very difficult job here. The game is very fast moving, fast paced, trying to keep up with all of the changes and all of the happenings in the game
Props to the production
is
team.
a very tough job to do. So on paper it seems very easy for you as a viewer, but as somebody with inside knowledge on the goings on, it's much more difficult than you may think. It is all manually done. Every bet amount, every raise,
Uh-oh.
all of that. Here we have a collision here, but Stein likely not going to lose too much here. Flat white with a hand though. Flat white likely going to lose too much here.
Oh, yeah. With that knit button, it's hard to see him not just pushing here.
Knit button going to get Garrett an extra $1,479 tonight, I believe.
Wow.
What in the world did we just see? Flat white laid down ace queen.
Wow.
Can he see the cards?
Well, he saw something that time. Good laydown.
If Garrett goes back and watches the stream, he may think that flat white is up to something here, because there's absolutely no way that I thought that we were going to ever see a fold. Garrett may tilt into outer space after he sees that.
Should have paid me.
The 1,479 chips in front of flat white should be in Garrett's stack.
We get a misdeal here.
Believe we had a misdeal. There's no way that Garrett, even if flat white tells him, there's no way Garrett is going to believe that he folded ace queen.
Anytime Garrett wants to play PLO, let's go.
I wanted to put it in.
I could have Deary just called or something. Try to let us know.
So
You have, like,
you were bullshitting.
Not really. I had a decent ace.
I just know my raise looks really strong, no matter what I do.
So 3 knit buttons still out there.
Hold on. The knits are holding on.
And you asked, I believe right before I had to walk out of the room for a moment, that, asking about how many hands we get in on
Yeah.
a stream, a typical stream. So seems to be about in the
About 100 maybe.
high 90s to 100 typically, depending on exactly how late we go. But we start at, cards in the air go at about 6:30, and the stream is on a delay starting about 7. And we usually go for
5 hours,
roughly
maybe?
4.5 hours on
Okay.
Wednesday nights. A little longer on the Sunday streams typically.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 1 fold. 20.
I'm mad about the 9 hand. I could have stolen $400.
Hand number 96, so we are moving right along. We've got 3 knit buttons, and I believe the last hand is hand 99.
Well, then we should see some.
So you're going to see some
action
action,
these
not
last few
not to
hands.
spoil it, but that's what we can expect here. Stein with top pair may be the newest member to club Get Rid of My Knit Button, as Keller has folded his ace, and the ace comes on the turn. So Stein going to take that one down with the king and get rid of his knit button, and it's down to flat white
Who will be the final knit?
and Aardvark.
of Wednesday night.
My money's on flat white based on what I've seen tonight.
I think so. I think that's
He's-
right.
He's paid.
I think being in net saved him $1,500 the last
That
hand,
was something because I go broke there.
but for sure. With a nit button in front of me, it's hard for me to fold ace queen. And by hard, I mean probably impossible.
Yeah, Professor making a great point. It's an incredible fold considering the Nick game and the fact that it's the end of the stream and he's got to be itching to play a pot.
He's not sorry.
But yeah, there would be no way I was folding there.
Looks like it's folding around to flat white on the button.
This may be the avenue of which we needed for flat white to end the Nick game, however.
He does bump it up and get some callers.
Aardvark in trouble. Flat white with 9-8 offsuit. Comes ace, deuce, deuce on the flop. It's going to check to flat white. If he can put in the bet and rep the ace, this might just be the end of the Nick game. And
I'm assuming if a vegetarian or a vegan has been meat, they're like
Puts a little one out there. Is it going to be enough?
that ought to do it for Keller. Stein may have different thoughts.
body is adjusted and not have it.
Flat white needs to find a 9 or an 8. Can he do it? Keller burned a 9 here.
He doesn't even veg, he's only get 6 really quick.
Okay, 6. No help for flat white.
Or he needs to find a substantial bet.
Which it looks like he is.
Okay.
200. Can Stein ever call here with the pocket threes? He can.
He has the ability.
Flat white going to need to find a 9 or an 8.
That's not it.
10 of hearts, not a 9 or an 8. Goes check, check, and Stein is going to win that.
What do you think? Do you think Stein calls there on the river if flat white continues? He called 200 on the turn.
It's a good
so he's
question.
Probably going to call a.
It's a good question. The only size that makes sense for flat white to bet there would be for all of it, which looks like it's about 1,000, just over 1,000. It'd be tough for sure.
Well, the nit game continues.
Stein's certainly capable of making that.
I
That
think
call,
Aardvark
however.
asking if there are only 2 nit buttons left,
Yeah, clarifying this time for sure. Ace, queen of hearts.
but also a pretty good hand to get it all in with. And Aardvark, or I'm sorry, flat white is going to.
He's going to defend with king, queen of spades here, trying to defend his nit legacy.
Their worst hands to try and defend with. So.
Absolutely pipped and in miserable shape here with the king, queen versus the ace, queen.
Unfortunately, that is the case.
So, flat white in danger of losing yet another nit game.
Like Paul's saying it's a bad card. I said it's a bad card as a joke.
Lateralis with the 10-4, not going to gamble.
He has a quang. This is a cooler, actually. This is a pretty cool.
So here we go. Flat white versus Aardvark for the decision on who pays the nit tax. Aardvark in great shape. One time.
There's only one spade on the flop.
No help for flat white. Needs a king or running spades. Oop, there's a spade.
Not 3.
Can he do it? Oh my
can.
goodness, he does it.
Do it.
Flat white somehow
my goodness.
gets there.
Runner, runner, spades.
Runner, runner, nothing funner. Aardvark
I hate to say it, but
owes now the nit tax.
I mean, he's
Boy, that's a tough way to end the night to
no, I know.
have to pay the nit tax.
I would, feel like
And I know the stream had already ended. Stein looking back at the camera, giving a little laugh. He thinks it's funny. I know the stream had ended when I walked out a bit ago, but Aardvark was still at the table with chips playing, so
Clearly reloading.
he is reloading. He's paying his net tax here, it looks like. I think he may have been asking some of these boys if he can get some more chips from him. So here he is. Not sure how much he's coming in for.
How do you have king queen there? How do you have spot?
How do you keep calling for shit that comes with all
Yeah, I know. How do you like to fuck on the new players, man?
I called for Paul to lose and he didn't lose.
Two left in the
you have to say Papa P.
Leeortz saying poor Aardvark. He got rivered
Well, no.
He's probably at the lodge down 20K at 2.5.
a handful of times tonight.
Yeah.
However,
He's gotten it in with the best of it.
though, he also did manage to fold pocket queens pre-flop in a spot that he was ahead, but being results oriented, he would have lost. Would have been a $5,000 pot, and he would have not been the beneficiary of that pot. So I believe we are seeing the last hand of the night right now. Seeing the conclusion of that Nick game.
not hard enough, you know.
Aardvark sticking around to watch who wins.
Jack 10 suited, one of my favorite hands. Garrett's in with that.
Very playable hand that makes a lot of good hands. Ace, ace, 4. Neither player with an ace. This is going to go to the player who bets first, and it is going to be Stein, and he's going to take down an extra $200. So that's going to do it for us tonight, I believe. We'll see some cumulative winnings here in just a moment. Ben, thank you for stopping in and doing some commentary with me. Here's the chip counts. In the VPIP numbers, Sam at the very top, no surprise. Aardvark not far behind him. Professor left us at a 20%. Stein actually in the 32% number. Pre-flop raise numbers right here. We see Sam was leading that as well. Everybody around that 20% mark, basically, so no surprise. Papa P up at the top, up over 4,500. Garrett up over 3,300. Leeortz left us up 2,800. Lateralis up a couple thousand, it says. He might be about even, though. Professor left us up 1,000. Stein, a small winner. Everybody else in the red. Sam left us down the big loser tonight, and Iowa Matt was right around that mark with him. So from everybody at Red Star today and all the staff and production team, we thank you. Go like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and we will be back again on Sunday with another stream for you, 3 p.m. Central. Thanks. Have a good night.